Oh, a rifle took its aim, and a man fell to the ground. He tried to stand again, but everybody held him down. A time of terror when the bullet pierced the air. I know that couldn't happen here. Oh, it must have been another country. Yes, it must have been another land. That couldn't happen in the USA. We'd never treat a man that way. And a migrant worker sweats underneath the blazing sun. He's fallen to his knees, but his work is never done. Beg someone to listen, but nobody seems to care. I know that couldn't happen here. Oh, it must have been another country. Yes, it must have been another land. That couldn't happen in the USA. We'd never treat a man that way. And a man is working steady, it's good money he receives, but he's thrown out of work for the wrong things he believes. He didn't have the thoughts most everybody shares. I know that couldn't happen here.
Abolishment.
So it must have been another country. Yes, it must have been another land. That couldn't happen in the USA. We'd never treat a man that way. And a man is sent to prison to wait until he dies. He fights to save his life. For years and years he tries. Even though he changed himself, he dies upon the chair. I know that couldn't happen here. Oh, it must have been another country. Yes, it must have been another land. That couldn't happen in the USA. We'd never treat a man that way. Oh, I know we'd never treat a man that way.
Just another day for the Hell Brigade, another party for the Reaper. They say deny your eyes, well it's comply or die. All hail the glorious leader. The Banshee's cry was heard through the night for another precious martyr. How many need time for the changing tides to bring the ladies a mighty hammer? Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, there's freedom to be won. And in the shadow of a would-be king, oh, resistance bells shall ring. The mask they wear can hide the murderous stare of the fascist armed invaders. It's not a means to an end, it's just the evil intent of malignant white crusaders. But the rebellious sparks that spring from love-filled hearts won't be coerced into submission. With every passing day, oh, they set the stage for the coming revolution. Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, there's freedom to be won. And in the shadow of a would-be king, oh, resistance bells shall ring. Oh, the battle's just begun. Oh, there's freedom to be won. And in the shadow of a would-be king, oh, resistance bells shall ring. Through the dark and stormy days, oh, the fight is not in vain.
I'm gonna tell you fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. Side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. Bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. is swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everybody. Hello. How we all doing? Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Aska. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Von 400. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, how we doing, Banana Brains? Hello, T-Leif. Hello, Carver E. Bain. Hello, Nocturnal. Hello, Default X. Hello, Veggie Pizza. Hello, The Vegan Rancor. Hello, how we doing, Mabs Alicorn? Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Latzia. Hello, it's me, Bingo. Hello, Fraxiel. Hello, Polly has his cracker paints. Hello, Von 400. Hello, Czechoslovak Legion. There we go. I don't know why. There are some days where it's that Czechoslovak. There are some days where I can say that, and there are some days where my tongue will not cooperate, and I apologize. Hello, Polaire. Hello, how we doing? Watcher of Bees. How's the news looking tonight? Don't worry about it. We'll get there. All right. Check yourself. Jazz Dog. Hello. Stop the stupidity. Always in our hearts. Oh my god. I'll have you know, this is not Dr. Softhole. Alright. Hello, John Fallon. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Deidre the Destroyer. Hello. There, do give a fuck. Hello. How we doing? Dreaming of Kadath. Howdy, folks. How we all doing? Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Snoogan. Are there bees in the news tonight? Not that I know of. But we love Dr. Softhole. You guys really do. And let that be a lesson to you. Don't be anthropomorphizing, alright? I'm always saying this.
I just rewatched the LOTR trilogy, albeit backwards, and damn, it still holds up. Practical effect maximization even in the era of good CGI.
1, always a great choice. 2, thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki, and thank you for being the first person to support stream tonight. And 3, why backwards? And by backwards, do you mean literally like in reverse? Like the movie Irreversible, or are we talking
Look,
something else?
A button.
Yo, Penny Auntie, thank you for hitting the subscribe button. Or do you just mean like Return of the King, Two Towers?
Pengloomglnya FH Cthulhu Riliogana Guftan, Octopus emoji, Octopus emoji, please accept this small sacrifice from the deep ones to Captain and Jack and her shimp cohorts.
Thank you very much, Dreaming of Kadat. Also, it was fascinating to listen to text-to-speech try and read off. Read that off. Oh, because you saw him in the theaters!
Movie
of course!
showtimes only worked backwards today in my schedule.
Oh. God, must have been very fun, though. What a great film trilogy. Today's my first also, thank you for the additional 5 tier 1 subs, Sake. Today's my first experience with Windows 11. It's every bit as terrible as I thought. Yeah, it's not great. I don't know why they keep releasing new versions of Windows that exist only to break the things that worked perfectly fine before. You were the only person who dressed up? if you're gonna go see Lord of the Rings re-release, like, dig out that old elf costume. I know you all have one. I know a bunch of y'all were dressing up as Legolas. I know a bunch of y'all were thirsting after Aragorn and had yourselves an Aragorn cosplay. I was there. I was there, bitches. Yeah, go as Gandalf Big Naturals. Exactly. Get fun with it. Well, I forgot Alamo. I hope it went well. Yeah, the Aragooners. Oh god, what a great term that would have been to if it had existed at the time. Gandalf the Gay. I'm sure there's like a 12-part fanfic series where Gandalf, like, about a character specifically named Gandalf the Gay. I am sure that exists. Gimli had me questioning my sexuality. Well, John Rhys Davies' voice will just do that to you, you know? Gandalf the Gay. You goon for the mouth of Sauron? Damn! The only thing worse than that is gooning for how Denethor eats tomatoes. It's the only weirder thing you could possibly be into. At least no one here goons to Gollum. I would say that is a given, except that I know that there is a certain type of lady that is very, very into, you know, grown adult men who look like sickly Victorian children. Okay? I know you guys exist. Don't tell me you guys don't. The more sickly, the better for you guys. That's right, I'm kink shaming here. Women into Gollum? I bet it's happened. Someone has looted Shelob, aka the Gain Spider. Well, of course someone looted Shelob. They made like an entire video game where she's a sexy lady. No Ickstrubs, we're talking about Lord of the Rings. Yeah, they literally made Shelob into a hot goth Dami mommy. Hello, Liz Galahad. There, exactly. I was trying to think of a good example, Lily Love stuff, but you found the quintessential example. Timothy Chalamet is popular. That man is a sickly Victorian child writ large. There you go. Would I do the hag in Baldur's Gate 3? No, she's mean. All right. I like that we got our wiggles out today. You know, that this was a fun conversation. Thank you. Okay, but what if Auntie Ethel wasn't mean? I still don't think I'd be into Auntie Ethel. She's not really my type.
Sauron tried to be goth, but Melkor was always more goth.
You got me. You got me right in exactly the comedy bone. You got it into the comedy exhaust port. It's caused a chain reaction. That was real fucking good. Thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. Oh god. Of course I'm fucking the hag, are you kidding me? What? Okay. Wait, would I get down with Pyramid Head? Absolutely. Have you seen Pyramid Head? If Pyramid Head was nice. Pyramid Head would have to be nice in this situation and not like go about doing his Pyramid Head things. He'd have to settle down, learn how to crochet or something. He's not a monster. He's just a dude with a big pyramid on his head. What I'm hearing is that Jack likes robust bodies. You can do whatever you'd like with that information. You could fix him. Exactly. He just look, why is he walking around with a pyramid on his head all the time? It's because he lacks confidence. He needs someone to build him up and free him of his life of wandering around with a giant knife. It doesn't seem like a very fulfilling career path. What the freak did I miss? Don't worry about it. We're riffing, Chat and I. The ominous metal mask stays on. Oh god. Hello, Spherical Man. Pyramid Head as portrayed by Jessica Najiri. Yes. If that is also an option, yes. I don't know. I hear Pyramid Head makes 100K a year. He's got a very steady job cleaving. It's a very niche skill. Hello, Josh Sees. Oh shit, $100,000 pyramid. Ah, fuck. That reference went right over my head. Hey, Kazooie. Definitely not the best week, but we'll do the best with it that we can. Let's see here, folks. Let's open up with just a little bit of stupidity, huh? The original Clapper, I'm not doing great. I have a really bad migraine today. But I'm going to do my best, see how long we can go, okay? All right. So, folks, real quick, I just wanted to talk. I don't know why I clapped so hard. I wanted to talk a little bit about Tim Pool being an absolute fool. Let's just take a look at a recent video by Tim Pool. This snippet's only about 30 seconds long. Let's check it out. Is he being rational? Is he being sane?
Simply, first of all, when these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots. It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots. You're the one crying. You're the one saying, you're coming. Simply, first of all,
like, obviously what he's saying here is incredibly hateful and stupid, but also Tim, you're still saying I'm licking my own boots, which is definitely still weird and off-putting.
You know,
Like-
precious, or my precious, in the Smagel voice has definitely been used as a safe word, phrase.
Chaos in this show. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, and also, yes, of course you're right. In fact, if anyone's used that phrase, it's probably Tim Pool.
When these people come out and go, Tim's a bootlicker for defending us, I'm like, no, you misunderstand. It's my boots.
You understand how that's not an own, right? You understand how that... Oh yeah, does this own you, libs? Go. And it's just like, Tim, why are you sucking on your boot in front of us? That doesn't own us. It's disgusting. What's wrong with you?
It's mine. I voted for them. I'm wearing the boot. I'm stomping on the ground. I ain't licking anybody. I'm clapping for these people that I said, please go out and enforce the law. And anybody else who's cheering for it, who voted for it too, we're all wearing the boots.
Yeah, I'm not. When you say I'm licking their boots, I'm licking my boots and every other MAGA voter's boots and ICE's boots. So you're wrong because I'm licking so many more boots. I lick all the boots. I'm the ultimate bootlicker. That's not an own, Tim. That's not an own. You're just a bottom. You're just a bottom for fascism. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense. I've watched enough Tim Pool content to know that, like, dude is just, like, openly admitting to it now. That's the weird part here. Usually people have a sense of shame about these things, but this guy is just like, no, I am the bootlicker. I am the embodiment of the concept. You don't get it. And I just... Holy shit. No, guys, you don't understand. I cut in line at the bootlicking convention. It was me. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. We live in Hell World, and it is crazy to me what conservatives are just willing to look at and say, yeah, that's normal, and then continue about with their day. Ugh, God. Anyway, folks, we need to out-organize these clowns. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We had a bunch of people sign up, and it's been really cool. So come join us, get involved, and also check out ImagineOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Super comfy. Go check it out. Link down in the description. And also like, comment, and subscribe. Do the things that help the channel grow. You know the drill. And let's keep on going. God. I don't like to kink shame, but that's a bit much, Tim. Isn't it, though? Isn't it just? Alright. I have transcended mere bootlicking. I am the alpha and the sigma, the tongue and the boot. Guys, it's not even the end of January yet. Fuck me. Alright, alright, just real quick. So, folks, Donald Trump is genuinely just kind of losing it. Like, he's slowly slipping away from reality. His words are just kind of slip-slopping around and, like, replacing one another, and, like, he's confusing Iceland and Greenland. He seems to have also forgotten how laws get passed here in America. Here he is at a recent rally of his, and, I don't know, see if you can spot the issue. with what he's saying.
And China will be sending me a bill very shortly supporting year-round E15 to my desk very quickly, and I will sign it without delay. Okay? I hope you remember us for the midterms.
I don't know. Did any of you spot the issue? I'll play it one more time.
And China will be sending me a bill very shortly supporting year-round E15 to my desk very quickly, and I will sign it without delay. Okay? I hope you remember us for the midterms.
So, I don't know if you guys know this, but in high school civics, you learn about this thing called Congress. And it really sounds to me like the President of the United States just confused the People's Republic of China with Congress. Because Congress passes bills. China doesn't pass bills in the United States. Hope that clears things up. Hope that clears things up for all of you who are confused. They both start with C, indeed. Very similar, very, very common mistake. You know, one of the primary legislating bodies in our country and another country on the other side of the world. Makes sense to mix them up. Dude is so far gone. Yeah, this guy should not be in any kind of position of power. Like, I don't know. Take him to the old folks' home and like let's get on with things. Okay. All that being said, we got to get organized. Join your local DSA, join your local Dems, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. And finally, folks, remember to leave comments. A comment longer than 8 words really helps in the algorithm. And leave a like, subscribe, do the things. Let's keep on going. We gotta beat this soup-brained motherfucker. Whew! All right.
It really has a hot fuzz, the greater good vibe to conservative mental gymnastics to justify atrocities.
Oh, like the entirety of Republican politics right now is just hot fuzz, the greater good mentality. I watched, I don't really recommend any of you going and watching it, but I watched the Hassan video where he debates like 2 MAGA folks, and like they're just lost in the sauce, you know? Like they're just like fully gone. Like they are absolutely willing to like just let people die because they think that Donald Trump acts in the greater good. It's like that is the entirety of their politics right now. It's going to be really weird seeing these people try and de-radicalize after like the cult leader dies, you know? It is terrifying.
Two MAGA, one coup.
Oh god. No! No, I memory hold that, Sake. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs though. Yeah, the 2 MAGA parents who said like obviously Donald Trump would have a reason if he bombed Oklahoma City into dust. Yeah, also ethanol fuel is really not great for car engines. Oklahoma City again. The 2 MAGA folks that Hassan debated were part of a podcast where they and their children, who are both like liberal slash left, debate about politics, and it's really depressing. Their most viral clip is their parents telling them that if Donald Trump ordered them to be shot, that he must have a good reason. Also, Space and Goats, thank you for the $3 super chat. I saw your $2 super chat before
They tempered
stream
themselves for
started.
Hassan. They're even more unhinged on their own podcasts.
Yeah, I've seen a couple clips. I don't know how their children are able to like be around them. I would not be doing what they're doing. Is it true that Walls promoted night raids? I have not heard anything about that. What is your opinion on Xander Hall? I don't really have an opinion on Xander Hall. I haven't thought about Xander Hall in like 2 years. I remember he had like a controversy. I don't remember what it was though. So, if you wanted my pure unvarnished opinion, there you go. Can you disown your parents? I think so. There was a sex cult? Yeah, okay. I don't really want that to be the focus of my channel, but like damn, that sounds crazy. Um What about your Jim Unvarney opinion? I Okay, Spherical Man. Yeah, one of the great things about this channel is the lack of drama, unless it's Anna. Yeah, it's true. I do. I have clanned on Anna Kasparian. But that's because I need to make right that which I wronged. You know?
A friend sent me an alarming screenshot and nothing else about Waltz. I think they're looking for bad things about Waltz.
I mean, the bad thing about Walls right now is that he's like coming across as weak as hell, and I don't like that. And I want him to do more. And it's been a disappointing time at the moment. Did you hear about Ilhan assault at the Minnesota district meeting tonight? Yes, that is why it is in the title of today's stream. Because we're gonna talk about it literally the next thing that we're doing. um do Have I ever heard of Valenti videos? No. This is the thing. Like, guys, I don't have a ton of time to, like, watch other people's content. So, look, there are a couple content creators that I'm really all about right now, okay? Mini Minuteman, alright? Mini Minuteman, good. You should all watch Mini Minuteman.
Google debunkers.
And Ancient Americas, an unproblematic anthropological channel that examines like different historical cultures that have existed across the Americas over like the last several thousand years. It's really great. You should all check out, especially if you like Mini Minuteman. You guys should check out Ancient Americas. All right. Mini Minuteman Milo Rossi is cool as fuck. We all love Milo, don't we, folks? And Animorphs channel. Is that all one word? Here, let me bring it up for you guys. Is this channel Ancient Americas and the Majority Report? These are the three main channels that I watch, and I highly recommend all of them. There you go. Ancient Americas. And it's good shit. Like this history of chocolate video.
This episode is brought to you by the
It's
channel
great.
patrons who suggest cow tree. It's actually been a bit difficult to tease out because there's a lot of wild varieties that can't always be distinguished from domesticated trees that escaped back into the wild. That said,
I really like this channel a lot. I know it is not necessarily like the most popular thing in the world to be like into, but like I think they're really good. It's well researched. Reminds me of tasting history. Yeah. Also, like my history educational background was highly biased towards Europe. So like I got a decent education specifically on like the period of time after the fall of the Roman Empire to like 1066, kind of that chunk of time. You don't watch Vosh? I haven't been watching a lot of Vosh. I used to, and then I've just gotten so busy that like I've had to be more like precious about my viewing time. And so I kept Majority Report in like the rotation, and like I have been supplementing it more with like, I don't know, nonfiction on history so I can be more well-rounded, I guess. Let's see. I was mad when Walsh called the NG to defend the Whipple building, but I kind of get it now. Yeah, it was good. It was a good decision. I was wrong in the moment. But Ancient Americas fills specifically a gap in my educational background where like I did like a lot of what I was taught, like I learned some basic stuff in high school about like the Iroquois Confederacy and stuff like that. But there's such a wealth and such like a breadth of cultures beyond just Aztec and Maya, that are so fascinating, all with their own accomplishments, all with their own like artistic styles, and like I would especially recommend, if I can point you to one of these videos as a great starting point. Oh, the video about Cahokia is really good. But if I could point you guys in a direction, where is it? There's one about bronze working. Oh no, copper working. There we go. Here it is. This video is fascinating. Okay? Specifically, I'm going to recommend you guys check this essay out. It's really fucking good, and it's all about the history of copper working in, North America, which sounds really dry, but keep in mind that for a very long time, like, colonial settlers believed that, like, indigenous people in the Americas were incapable of metalworking, and it's actually so cool, the history of what happened there. Did I go to the U of M? I did indeed. I'll have to check that channel out. I work for a Native Nation. The man, the cultures are amazing. Aren't they? It's so fucking cool. Yeah. Highly recommend. Hell yeah, skew ma! Hell yeah! Map Men is based. I've heard a lot about Map Men, and I want to check that out. History, time, and voices of the past in your life. I'll check it out, Leg Monster. Let's see. All right, you guys are being silly. All right, let's jump into our first real segment. I've been having a lot of fun just like shooting the shit with you guys. But we've been going for about an hour now, and if you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and please consider supporting the show. We're about to get into some of the real shit. So please consider supporting the channel. You guys make it possible for me to do what I do, and I really, really appreciate all of you who do. In Cahokia, they found copper from here that local folks made into decorative leper image. Yeah, isn't it? It's so cool. Like, they need to teach Cahokia way more widely than they do now. Cahokia is like one of my I think it's so fucking cool. A city the size of London in North America, and we're only now starting to like understand it a little bit better. It's so cool. And yeah, the metalworking, a lot of the copper apparently came from, I believe, if I'm remembering right, like a like a meteor strike, something like that. It's so cool. It's so interesting how history has worked. Um, most people don't know about Cahokia, right? But it's so cool. I'm about to get sad, aren't I? Sorry. Second. Oh, no. It's old copper
You
veins.
should try the Fall of Civilizations podcast.
I'll check that out too. It's veins of copper ore revealed by the process of glaciation. So like when the glaciers came through, they gouged out great tracts of earth, and so there was ready access to veins of copper on the surface, um, which is really, really cool. Not a meteor. I'm thinking of something else. Sorry. I was trying to figure out what I had confused it with. Huge tracts of land. Yes. Any thoughts on the world's nations divesting from the USD? It's not great for America, but it's hardly surprising that that would happen, you know? The world is using the levers it has available to bring the United States to some degree of reasonable heel. science and ancient history might as well be science fiction to me sometimes. It genuinely, sometimes it does read that way. Like, meteoric iron has been used throughout history for, like, sacred relics and weapons. And so, like, yeah, it's really
Cahokia is
interesting.
believed to have collapsed BC of dictatorial power and resource exhaustion, and this might have influenced the social dynamics of East Woodland tribes. Autanshay has a really good video on this.
Autanshay is also a very good content creator. Highly recommend. Can the EU please Maduro Trump? I don't think that's really on the table. Also, Dreaming, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. All right. Please call me Kadath. I will endeavor to remember. All right, here we go, folks. Let's jump into our first piece of content for the evening. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about Ilhan Omar. So, tonight, she held a town hall event speaking about what is happening here in Minnesota, obviously, speaking to her constituents. And we're going to watch through that. But towards the end of her town hall, a man ran up and appeared to try and be spraying her with something from a syringe. I just want you to know that is going to be happening in this video. She is okay, and in fact, you'll see that she reacts very quickly and forcefully to the situation, and I think it really reveals her character as a fighter. And we'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at all of this, and then we will talk about kind of how we got here, where things are going, etc. But I figure this is an excellent opportunity for us to take a look at the message that this man was trying to silence. You know, we'll take a look at what was so odious that he felt he had to attack her. And let's find out.
Together, and I am really delighted for the showing from local electeds who represent the constituents that we get to represent on a federal level. I want to start by recognizing the fact that on January 24th, ICE agents murdered another member of our community. Alex Jeremy Preddy was an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA. He was an avid outdoorsman, a U.S. citizen. He was an incredibly compassionate person who cared for others countlessly. This is what he appeared to be doing just before being murdered, protecting another observer that was being attacked by ICE agents. Alex's murder by federal agents was not accidental or isolated. We witnessed this during the murder of Renee Good by federal agents. ICE's reckless and lawless actions have taken a mother from 3 children, a partner from a wife, and inflicted unfathomable pain on our community. Similar to Alex and Renee, they were exercising their First Amendment right, an act that this administration has deemed a capital offense. Renee Good should be alive. Alex Preddy should still be alive. Please, let's take a moment of silence for Alex and Renee. Thank you. My deepest condolences go out to Alex and Renee's family, friends, and everyone who knew and loved them. We will not stop fighting until we achieve real justice and accountability. The level of violence, federal overreach, lawlessness carried out in the name of immigration enforcement is unprecedented. U.S. citizens are being assaulted and detained. Minnesotans are expected to carry their citizenship papers. People are dying in ICE custody. This administration has reduced any semblance of due process.
I just want to take a moment here, since she's talking about people in ICE custody. We're going to talk about this in more depth later on tonight, but I wanted to share with you guys a video taken by Eric Lee, an immigration attorney from the Texas-based Dilley facility just the other day. Here he is outside of that facility.
I'm outside. I'm outside. It doesn't say out here.
And I've just been ordered to leave the premises. And she's yelling at me right now, so I'm going to head back to my car and try and keep you abreast of the situation.
So that is women and children inside of the Texas Dilley facility screaming to be let out. So we know when Ilhan Omar is talking about the depraved nature of what's happening here, of these detentions. It's I feel honestly like she's underselling it a bit.
Sending people out of state to prevent them from having legal representation. Doors are being broken down without judicial warrants. Chemical irritants, pepper balls, flashbangs are being used without a second thought. DHS is thriving in secrecy, obscuring the conditions my constituents are being held in. This is not the America we know. This is not the America we love. Every Minnesotan has a right to feel safe and welcomed. Earlier this month, I co-led a hearing with Representative Chaya Paul on Trump's deadly assault on Minnesota. We welcomed 27 members of Congress to hear from witnesses on what has been happening on the ground and raise the alarm. Trump and his paramilitary immigration enforcement will not get away with their unlawful attacks on our state. The Constitution is on our side, and we will fight every single day to defend it. As it's been said, real justice and accountability starts with full, transparent investigation and legal action against ICE, followed by the abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Yeah.
Resign or face impeachment.
So, after calling for the abolition of ICE, this man in the front row, right here, stands up, sprays her with something.
Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
I can't really make out what he's saying, but you can see that initially she steps back and then she goes in for a punch. She goes in swinging.
I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing. No, we will continue.
No. Ilhan, you need to go get checked.
No, we will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
You need to go get checked. No, you don't know what to That's whatever it is smells so bad. She needs to go get checked. I don't know
that's
what that
That's
was.
what they want. Please don't let them come.
It's not about him, Ilhan. Ilhan, it's not about him. It's about your safety. No, he sprayed something on you. You need to go get checked. Yeah, and it smells terrible.
We're gonna keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. I beg you. Please don't let them have the show. 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 Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand.
What a goddamn queen.
We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us. Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding her resignation. And like I said, if she does not resign, we are going to introduce articles of impeachment.
One of the few Democrats who has a spine. That one American, thank you for the sub.
This moment in U.S. history, and particularly in Minnesota, requires all of us to be working together to preserve our democracy. When we say we are going to put our lives on the line for what is our right, we mean that. Last week, my Republican colleagues put forth a Homeland Security funding bill that includes $28 billion for ICE and Border Patrol. I refuse to greenlit funding for a rogue agency that ICE escalates violence, operates above the law, and opposes our most basic freedoms. I've already stated tonight, ICE is shooting people in broad daylight, beating up teenagers, spraying tear gas on peaceful protesters.
I do just want to point out, weirdly enough, despite not having 8 grown men armed with guns, they were able to subdue a guy. Seems like only 2 burly dudes were able to, without firing a gun, subdue a guy who just attacked a sitting member of Congress. Seems weird, right? That the agency with billions of dollars is given the utter bullshit power of being able to kill whoever they want, no questions asked. But I guarantee you, if one of these security guards pulled a gun and shot a guy, they'd be getting charged with murder.
Ripping people out of their cars and homes without warrant, racially profiling people based on their accent, taking kids from schools and abducting people, shipping them far away detention camps with brutal conditions and no due process. We cannot treat this
like what a badass. She just got attacked and she's still standing up and speaking out. Like what, like God level composure.
as business as usual. That's why I led the entire Congressional Progressive Caucus in opposing this bill. And we, as a caucus, adopted an official position, and now we have gotten all of the Democratic senators to agree to that position and hold ICE accountable.
I mean, I guess if that guy was ICE, they'll find out, right?
But this president's lawlessness does not stop with ICE and border enforcement. We are seeing how he's threatening Greenland and Venezuela and Iran and Cuba and Colombia. He has already taken lives in the Caribbean, and we wanted to pass a war powers resolution to hold him accountable. We are hoping for our Republican colleagues to grow a backbone and come on the right side of history. The last DC update I will mention before I take questions from you is that the House took up legislation from Minnesota member Representative Stauber that would open up hundreds of thousands of acres in our beautiful boundary waters to mining development. The boundary waters is the most visited wilderness in the U.S. It features peaceful, remote areas, one of the world's largest dark sky sanctuaries, and it is home to unique ecosystems, including several endangered species. And my beautiful children go hiking there and canoeing, and so it is personal to me to preserve it, not just as Minnesotan, but as a mom. Many of my colleagues here, especially Councilwoman Warren, mentioned the fact that constituent work is the backbone of what we do as your representatives. And it is no different because we are your liaison for the federal government. Our staff can please raise their hand if they're in the room. These people work for you. We can be a crucial line of advocacy for our constituents who are experiencing issues with the federal government, like irregularities, delays, and emergencies. Although it is a difficult environment we are working in right now, our duty remains the same. My district office phone line is monitored from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. Congressional casework involving ICE is unique and narrow, but we can help with locating an individual detained by ICE if they are not appearing in a detainee-located system within 48 hours.
I do want to say, this is actually very helpful. Like, there are so many people who are disappearing, and, like, people just cannot find them, and who knows where the hell they end up around the country. A 20-point shift tonight in Minnesota's state seat special election, won by the Democrat by 71 points in 2024. Tonight, won by 91%. Oh, dog. Ooh. Ooh. Let's keep up that momentum, folks. We need to win. We need folks to turn out in 2026 this year so that we can start setting things to right. We need to take advantage of this massive swing.
Inquiring on urgent medical issues to ensure an individual is receiving appropriate medical treatment, ensuring an individual's attorney or loved ones are able to communicate with them, and importantly, our office cannot provide legal advice or assistance. If you are unsure whether we can help with a specific issue, please contact my office at 612-333-1272. I'll repeat that again, 612-333-1272. And we will...
Oh, God, that is one thing I had not considered until just now, Paladin, seeing your comment. the My Pillow guy is not going to be able to win anything in Minnesota. Holy fuck, people hate Republicans right now here.
Review whatever detail you want us to review. So far, we have worked on 800 cases with issues like Social Security, immigration, taxes, healthcare, and more. Our team has returned more than $4.8 million to our constituents, businesses, and organizations in the district. Like I said, we might not be able to solve every problem, but we will definitely make sure we do everything that we can to try.
Was there ever a risk of him winning, though? I mean, not a big one, but also Republicans in Minnesota, like, you know, Democrats in Minnesota are built different. Republicans in Minnesota are also built different, and they're very crazy. Like they are very fucking crazy. We saw just the other day the guy who dropped out of the GOP side of the governor race. That guy is Jonathan Ross's lawyer. He literally put out a 10-minute video, and throughout the entire thing is just talking about how, like, well, conservatives are right about everything, but, you know, this ICE stuff has maybe gone a little bit too far. And I just gotta say, like, the only reason he's dropping out is because he saw some internal polling numbers about how him being related to, like, defending an ICE agent who did a murder here was gonna go. So, like, I guarantee you that he only did it because he saw which way the political winds are blowing, and it's not in his way. The 2024 GOP candidate for U.S. Senate said, the bad guys won World War II. They're insane. They are, genuinely, though, like, the GOP candidates here who are able to succeed only do so because they are absolutely mental. Like, just off the wall mental. And my hope is that the current moment has effectively killed all of their chances at victory, but we'll see.
Lastly, I want to congratulate a winner of something fun that we do in Congress, which is last year's Congressional App Challenge in the 5th. The App Challenge is intended to engage students in grades 6 through 12 to create innovative apps that address real-life issues in our community. I am pleased to announce that my office selected... it's a hard name. Okay. People say I have a hard name, but oh my goodness. Okay. Vet Bastodkar and his app, Brett Head, as the winner of the 2025 competition. Fed's app is youth-centered personal finance app built to challenge the culture of instant gratification through reflection and accountability. Fed is a sophomore at the Blake School in Minneapolis. He is fascinated by math, economics, participates in DECA, Model United Nations, and is a captain of his fencing team. Please help me in congratulating Fed.
God, she's such a badass.
Oh yeah, say your name the correct way.
Yeah, my name is Ved Bastodkar, Vedbastodkar.
You made it sound a lot easier.
I mean, I say it every day, right?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Is this his? No. All right, with that, we'll take questions. I learned at a young age you don't give in to threats. You look them in the face and you stand strong. They pick the wrong person every day.
She was literally jumping for that guy's throat. Like I don't think anyone wants to mess with Ilhan Omar. I think she will genuinely cut a bitch.
Where's your mic? Right here.
I do not. Oh, I do not know the level of Congress. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah,
I do not
touch the mic.
know the level of power Congress has over ICE, but is there anything you as representative could make efforts to try and lead to the arrest of Jonathan Ross and the multiple ICE officers that killed Alex earlier this week?
They were CBP, not ICE.
Yeah, I mean, the law enforcement with the Department of Homeland Security, obviously there are investigations, even if the federal government has chosen not to fully comply in having a transparent investigation. I know Keith Ellison's office, our Attorney General. I know that our district attorney, Mary Moriarty, others have already started the investigations. And, you know, as Keith reminds us every single day, murder is not something that has a statute of limitation.
I do have to say, I do enjoy that our Attorney General here in Minnesota is just every single day talking about, like, murder doesn't have a statute of limitations. We're gonna get these bastards. I do appreciate that about our Attorney General. It's nice to have some faith restored that, like, we as working people aren't going to be the only ones that remember who was taken from us.
And so regardless of what these people think, we're going to make sure that they are held accountable in every way that we can.
Hi. There's so many ways to help. And one of the things I was thinking of is we have our own MPD that is stretched so thin. Is there anything that we can do to help them? I mean, could we bring in snacks to the office? You know, just...
Oh boy. I mean, yeah, you could bring your local cops some donuts. Like, yeah. But I feel like the needs of local law enforcement are not the forefront need right now. Like, people don't need additional arms of the state that are going to beat them in the streets right now. That's actually not super helpful at the moment. Oh no! Cops are beating me and abducting me. You know what will save us? More cops! Said no one ever. But you know what? I like that lady showed up and asked her question. I wish all of us were showing up to every single one of these town halls. You know? She showed the fuck up. If that kind-hearted lady who wants to bring donuts to her local cops can show up, so can you guys. That's why it's really important for you guys to get organized with your local Dems and your local DSA. It is good to make sure that you are in the room so that you can redirect away from bad ideas like that and towards more productive actions like getting involved with local, like, pantry and, like, driver services right now. You know, like, she's there because she has a good heart and she doesn't know what to do. And that's why a lot of folks here who do have great ideas and also kind hearts need to seek to be in the room so that you can, like, gently, like, offer correction, gently, like, guide the conversation in a more productive way, you know? So, folks, I'm asking you once again, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you are interested, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help joining and making your DSA more effective, and reach out to Dragonfly for help radicalizing your local Dems towards more and more progressive action, because we really need more people in the room making that case. Okay? And for those who have mobility issues, just want to remind you guys, most of these meetings are also available digitally. You can attend them remotely. So don't let that stop you. So again, join the Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We've got so many people who've gotten involved so far. It's really exciting. And folks, please get involved. For the love of God, we need to organize locally now more than ever before, not just because of midterm stuff, but because we need to put on local pressure to keep one another safe from ICE. Okay? It is literally the best time right now to get involved.
If you want a good gift for someone in emergency services, hand warmers. Get them every Christmas from my cousin who's a paramedic.
Yep, those are excellent gifts to give folks. Also, they're just fun. Red Rudy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's finish this up.
Anything that
Dragonfly, is there links? Here's a link to the Discord. You just have to Dragonfly once you're in the Discord. Dragonfly is one of the people in our community who has graciously volunteered her time and effort to help you guys get involved with your local Dems and give you some direction to help you figure out how to take things once you're in there.
that might help them feel better or appreciated. And along those lines, we also have the National Guard now coming in. And so we could apply that to them as well. You know, showing up with coffee, or is there something we can do?
You know, I will say one thing that ICE has succeeded in doing is make Minneapolis residents love Minneapolis police.
I mean, that is true.
I know things have been hell in your state for
in
the
a
last
way.
couple of days. To cheer my favorite streamer up, here are a couple of pictures of Leo growing up fast. Peepo hug wide, Peepo happy.
I do like pictures of Leo, though they're not loading. I think you missed the link for Leo, but thank you for the $5 dono. We'll take a look at him after this segment if we get the link.
I say that with the utmost respect.
If you're afraid of ICE and you get approached instead by not ICE, that is a big improvement, I guess.
You know, that's only thing that they have succeeded in doing. No, I mean, it's been beautiful to really see our National Guard passing out donuts and coffee to people at Whipple. You know, any way in which you can show your gratitude. I think, you know, what has been the most important piece for all of us is, one, to remain united. Two, not to just feel grateful for those you know who are out there, but to feel grateful for everyone who is out there, because Minnesotans are showing up for one another in ways that people didn't expect, and we are showing the country and the world what real solidarity looks like. And we should be goddamn proud of ourselves for that. So yes, whether you are showing up to say thank you to protesters and, you know, people who are documenting, or saying thank you to those that are keeping the peace, whether it is the sheriff's office or MPD, I would encourage it.
So you could just bring in like a couple things.
I would assume that would be fine with them. Well, yes, obviously you wanna make sure they're not scared that you're trying to poison them or something.
Yeah. Also, you know that some conservative media ghoul is gonna clip this and be like, Ilhan Omar advocates for her constituents to poison cops, and she's literally just being like, yeah, don't it's fine to give your local police food, just don't don't make it weird. Don't be like, here, officer, these are very not poisoned donuts. Don't do that. Don't be weird about it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Thanks, Melanie. We'll look at it after this segment.
Seen now multiple cities be invaded by ICE, and it seems as though they've left, right? LA, Portland. Do we have any sort of understanding of what their is there a quota that they have to meet or a certain time? How can we grasp when they could potentially leave when their whatever objective has been fulfilled?
So what we do know now is that there is some agreement, we don't have the full details, that Border Patrol will leave. It is my understanding, you mentioned being overwhelmed, there's 4,000, 5,000 of federal law enforcement that has besieged not just our city, but our state. And so it is my understanding that those that are tasked to control the border, exercising the 100-mile rule for Minneapolis, at least will leave. And the timeline was today, so they might have already gone. I saw reporting about 800 of them have already left. And so we'll be tracking that to see how many more of them leave. Generally, the way ICE used to operate is that there's two kinds, and you've seen, our corrections department clarify this. You've seen Hennepin County talk about it. Generally, there are two paths. One is that someone has been adjudicated. They were arrested for a crime. If their crime is a felony and they were not a U.S. citizen, oftentimes they would finish their sentence because they committed the crime against us, and we want them held accountable. And then once their sentence ends, the corrections would call and say, we have someone being released at this time, on this day, in the next week or month. And they basically turn them over in the parking lot. Now, that person obviously has the right to ask for a judge to prolong the time they're here, to contest their removal. Sometimes you hear these stories of people who've been green card holders for 30 years. They came here as a baby sometimes. And so those removals take a long time, but they are in ICE detention as they're going through those. We also used to have before, maybe 6-7 months ago, law that said you couldn't indefinitely detain people if they did not have an actual crime that they were being detained for. And we know that immigration in itself, a violation of immigration is not a crime in itself. So the other way, which is kind of what they're saying they're doing now, which is not the way it's supposed to be done, normally the way it gets done is that you have an order of removal for someone, and you try to find out where that person might be. You do surveillance, you talk to known people to them, you find their previous employment, you find a way, and then they do those raids early in the morning, 6 a.m., where people are not really out trying to find the person in that home or in that business that they thought they might be in. And so we do know that the way that this is being carried out, and you've seen the incidents in where, they're literally jumping out of a car or breaking a car window or trying to get into somebody's space, that is not enforcement. That is terrorizing. That is terror. And those are not the kind of tactics we are known.
Is it true that Biden began the investigation into Ilhan's marriage and that Trump refused to close? Cedar said a thing about it. Odd to recall now that Biden was briefly president. Unreal, distant. Again, as far as I know, the most comprehensive review of her history indicates that she did not marry her brother, and that's again just a completely made up conservative lie. So that's, as far as I know, that's where things stand. I haven't ever heard of Biden opening an investigation into it, or Trump doing an investigation of it, other than Trump obviously hates her and will say whatever the fuck he wants. So, but I don't know why we should attach any kind of truth claim to that,
To have in our cities. Those are the kind of tactics we're known to have cities outside of the United States where people are brutalized. And so that's why we've been so opposed to it. We'll do right there.
Hi, I just wanted to first say thank you so much for all you're doing for us. I'm just so proud that you're our representative, so thank you. And I'm just wondering, what can we do to maybe get some of your colleagues to have the same fire you have? It's really incredibly disheartening to see folks saying we need body cams on ICE. So
This person's so real for saying it. But also, yeah, no, they are trying to sling mud about Ilhan Omar being like, oh, she got into the country illegally by marrying her brother. That's like the claim, and it's, as far as I can tell, complete and utter horse shit. So, like, of course they're trying to dig up dirt, but like, it's stupid as hell. Don't 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 give it any more oxygen. It should have died almost instantly, back in 2018, and it's only stuck around. It's so goddamn stupid.
or just more training. That's really, really discouraging, and I want to see more folks follow your lead. So what can we do to put the pressure on them?
I think we're seeing that. I mean, certainly for my Democratic colleagues here that represent you all, collectively have felt like the way that we are being terrorized and the fact that there aren't guardrails for there to be justice and accountability reminds them of the fact that many of us have been saying this since ICE was created. When it was with DOJ, there was more accountability. This version of it that we've now had to live with for a little over 20 years.
Yeah, like, God, like, all of the things. Can we just like take a minute? All of the things that were introduced during the Bush administration have just been absolutely awful. We've been living in the rubble of all of the, like, insanely fascistic legislation and military fuck-ups and assaults on our general liberty for, like, the past 26 years, 25 years. It has been absolutely disgusting, and we are still dealing with it. Yeah, the Patriot Act. Like, we're still dealing with that shit. We occupied the Middle East and killed hundreds of thousands of people. For what? For literally nothing. And like, not only that, we're still living with like ICE. We're still living with TSA. And like, neither of these things have ever made us safer. Like, honestly, like, with ICE, it's like the trans bathroom shit. When ICE was like a huge, not ICE, when the trans bathroom stuff was huge, like, the idea was like, oh well, we're gonna pass a bill to stop trans people from using the bathroom they identify with, and it's like, well, like, if you try to enforce that, it's gonna be like horrid. You know that, right? Like, you're gonna just be arresting random folks. You're just gonna be like, I don't know, like grabbing people you think don't look right. And like, that's exactly what has happened with ICE when it comes to immigration. And like, it is just fascist bullshit. Not to mention that the fact that like what's happening in Gaza right now is a direct product of Gaza being treated as like the testing ground for all kinds of internal facing methods of control via tech and violence. And like what we're seeing right now with ICE like seemingly patching together their own like illegal database of people who are protesting them. Like, it is sick. But we aren't the first people this has been done to. All of the tools they're using were refined in like the atrocities that our government enabled and supported over the past like 25 years. And I'm just like arbitrarily saying 25 years because you can go back a lot farther than that when it comes to a lot of other things. And like, man, just all the planets really aligned for these white supremacist pieces of shit. And now they're doing their ethnic cleansing, and people hate it, because the American people have developed like this, consumer mentality of like, well, I want to see my exact level of racism projected out of the world, but anything more than that, that's too much. It's genuinely, that's what like a lot of the Republicans right now that are turning on ICE, that's where a lot of them are at. They're like, well, whoa, I was racist, but like you guys, you're taking it to the next level, and I'm a little uncomfortable now. I'm a little uncomfortable seeing the logical end point of my ideology made manifest. It's so gross. And we're gonna have to spend like the next decade unfucking all of this. We're gonna have to spend the next decade systematically working to undo each and every one of these major reforms that the Bush administration put in place. It's gonna be such difficult but necessary work, and we're gonna have to keep up the vim and vigor that we have right now for opposing ICE for that entire time. So I hope y'all are ready to be in it for the long haul, because we cannot go back to sleep after this. All right? Yeah, I mean, Brutus Magnuson, yeah, like, it's a I'm homeowner association racist, not Gestapo racist. Indeed, exactly. What does this have to do with what happened to Omar? Well, it's because folks like the guy who are willing to attack Ilhan Omar as she's talking about, abolishing ICE and the need to, kick out folks like Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem. Like, he's the direct product of all of that hatred. That guy didn't look that old. Like, he's just been stewing in this conservative, like, milieu of cultural touchstones where they've developed their own alternate reality based around white supremacy. And he's stewed in it to such a degree and has internalized the, green light signals given to ICE over and over and over again, incredibly publicly, that he's willing to attack a member of Congress on camera in the middle of an event in order to like try and make his political point that, no Democratic politician that stands up to ICE is safe. Like that attack is very clearly meant as a threat, with the implication being we can do a lot worse to you than like throw a stinky liquid on you. This is an escalation, and like frankly anything less than a full-throated condemnation and a full-throated commitment to stopping all of the excesses of the Bush administration that made our current predicament possible. Like, when we're talking about abolishing ICE, we're talking about going after that legislation that was passed under Bush. And we shouldn't just stop with ICE. We should also abolish the Department of Homeland Security. We should also abolish TSA. We should also abolish a wide variety of these different, pieces of legislation. The Patriot Act, the green light to just unilaterally allow the president to make military strikes without the approval of Congress. There's so many different things that happened during that time that have set up all the dominoes that are currently falling right now. So it all is connected to what happened to Ilhan Omar. And she's handling it like a champ. Her attacker was 55. Damn, the prime Fox News age.
It's not a version that allows for.
Yeah, we also gotta like dismantle these like big tech companies like Palantir and Anduril.
Respect for our constitutional rights, and so I think they're doing it to themselves. They're showing these lawmakers the mistake that they made in voting for their existence, in voting to give them money, because what they are doing is just so blatantly lawless. So just keep sharing.
Earlier today, Trump said he supports the dollar's collapse. Yeah, because I guarantee you he's figured out some way to basically short the US dollar. Like, I guarantee you he's set up like some kind of investment that makes money when the US dollar loses loses value. I guarantee you that's why he supports it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were protesting. I didn't know if you were saying don't call on her.
I would like to say that I am very proud of you as our representative, and I am so glad that you are our leader. And I want to ask something on a very personal note. I am an immigrant. I came from the Philippines. I went and got everything that I was supposed to do. And I actually lived through the EDSA revolution. And I felt that if I could make it to the United States, I will be okay. At this moment, we didn't know how it was going to turn out, but we made a pledge, the Filipinos, that we would be there for each other. And I have seen you Minnesotans do the very same thing. And I'm very proud of you, and it is my honor to be with you. I'm asking on a very personal note. Some people, specifically me, some people did not go to their SNAP renewal. Some people didn't renew their medical because I want to be able to go home. And I have my certificate of naturalization. And the interview is supposed to be in person, but I don't know if I can make it back home. So my question is, this is some people, which is specifically me. And I didn't want to go because I'm not well behaved. And I'm not sure who would bail me out for causing good trouble. I would. So is there a way for us to submit papers? Is there a way for us? I know there's protocol, there's regulations, but where I'm supposed to go?
And just without a second thought, entire room being like, we got you.
Yeah.
And I can't outrun them. So I don't know. So if there's a way for us to do interviews, not in person. So I'm just asking. So I would like to have SNAP benefits. I would like to have medical.
Yeah, I hear you.
So that's my question. And I just want to ask, it's not just me, there's several of us.
And you live?
Am
Am I your representative?
Yes, you
okay.
are.
All right, then I know where you live. Okay. They're just wondering if you're in a different area than. So, you know what? I have been in the United States a month short of 30. That is 90% of the amount of time that I've been alive. So I know people talk about me in Somalia. I don't know any home the way I know this home. And so I do feel a strong sentiment towards immigrants that find home in the United States. And I know that even though I'm a congresswoman, you know, even though I'm a citizen, like I carry my passport with me because I don't want to not be able to provide. And I know that in some cases that hasn't been enough. But to answer your question, is that there are mobile vehicles that you can schedule where they will come and do the interview in a place where you're comfortable to be able to take those interviews. And so check in with your caseworker and let them know how vulnerable you feel. I will also say, again, Minnesotans were just amazing. There's so many mutual aid opportunities where people might be able to help you out in other ways as well. People talk a lot about illegal immigration and criminal.
I think she's saying she's unable to get SNAP and healthcare because she's afraid of ICE, even though she's documented. That's exactly what she's saying. She is saying she's a naturalized American citizen who is too afraid to go to do her interview to continue receiving healthcare, continue receiving SNAP benefits. Because we've so means tested these programs that you need to be interviewed before you get SNAP. Another thing that our movement should be dedicated toward is abolishing these means testing of programs that people need to live. I'm sorry, it's awful that she is afraid to even go to these interviews, but she shouldn't have to go to an interview in the first place. She shouldn't have to deal with any of that shit. You know?
But what this enforcement has truly done is frighten actual citizens and documented neighbors. The children that are afraid to go to schools, the mothers and fathers that are afraid to drop them off, the elderly shop owners at Caramel Mall, they're all citizens. But they don't want the trauma of seeing men with heavy machine guns, because that is who they escaped to come to the United States. They don't want to go through a checkpoint, because that is what they escaped to come to the United States. They don't want a gun drawn on them asking for their identification, because that's what they escaped to come to the United States. And so for me, that has been the hardest part to communicate to people, because they just don't understand how terrifying it is, one, for just the average person who has never seen this level of weaponization. But it is also severely debilitating and triggering for people who have had machine guns drawn at them at a young age and who thought their only salvation was to find a country like ours, where they never have to worry about that, because there's a constitution, it's known for its liberty and freedoms. And so it's truly heartbreaking, this moment we find ourselves in. But if we know anything about US history, is that everything is temporary. And we will find our way out of this. So thank you all.
I do really like that she was able to provide that woman with an actionable thing to fix her problem. You can in fact work with your caseworker to get to get them to drive out there and do the interview. I think I think that it is good that she offered actual tangible support and information that is important. And this is what essentially Zoran Mamdani does, right? Zoran Mamdani's entire social media strategy at this point is just showing up to let people know, in fun and creative ways, of course, that oh, hey, you can use your local library access in New York City to rent out Heated Rivalry, or you can make use of public restrooms. We're gonna build a bunch of toilets. like actionable, useful things about the different things that he's doing and, you know, other people in the government are doing. And I like that she was able to do that. And I want you all to keep in mind that this is the conversation that that man who attacked Ilhan Omar wanted to stop. He attacked her, sprayed her with that stinky liquid specifically to try and put an end to this event, try to bully her, try to oppose her and silence her and stop this event from going forward. He did not reckon on the fact that Ilhan Omar was going to stand her ground and continue with the event and finish her piece. And I think that's it's a really wonderful thing to see. It's a really strong thing to see. And I think that the conversations that she was able to have because of it were worth it. I'm proud. I'm proud to be one of her constituents. And all that being said, folks, we need to organize to help get more elected politicians like Ilhan Omar. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and let's radicalize our Dems into people who actually have spines, and let's organize a coalition of working class folks in DSA, folks. So join the Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, remember to leave a like, comment on the video. Comments longer than 8 words apparently really help in the algorithm, so do that if you feel inclined. Subscribe, and last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going, because we got a lot of work to do, folks. Hell yeah, we need 100 more like her. Yeah, hey, why stop at 100? Let's get 200 more like her. You know? Why stop there? You should see if she'd sit down for an interview with you. I've actually shaken her hand before, but she's one of those members of Congress that is very, very busy. You know, some members of Congress are busier than others. She's one of the busiest. When I met her in person, she was hustling from point A to point B, you know? Still took time to shake my hand though. It was really nice. I wish I'd gotten the Ilhan Omar Gundam shirt. That was cool. And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, just real quick. It was such a good design. It's so good. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. I'm wearing her shirt right now. Says, if your freedom depends on my oppression, then neither of us are free. True. Uncle Simric, yes, I do. God. That was exhausting. But folks, we have made it through an entire segment. We've been going for about 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show so far, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider supporting the stream, folks. Shout out to those of you who have so far. Appreciate y'all. And Smelanie, don't think I've forgotten pictures of Leo. Let's do a little Leo cleanse. Look at him. Look at this little Fozzie bear. Look at him. Just unreal levels of cute. Yeah, little fried chicklet. I love him. I'm surprised nobody's talked about the Arizona shooting involving a Border Patrol agent that happened today. I was going to talk about it, but I don't like they haven't released a ton of information about it. Last I looked, maybe I missed some things, but there weren't any cameras. We'll assume they'll just lie. Yeah, I don't know. That there's not, as far as I know, video of the incident. What we do know about that is that the Border Patrol was chasing somebody in a pickup truck in Arizona. During the chase, the man stopped his pickup truck, got out, and started running, and was followed by ICE officers and a helicopter, and he apparently started shooting at them, and then ICE agents returned fire. Now, again, that is the account of ICE, so not entirely sure what to believe about that. Especially because the man involved is a US citizen, so unknown exactly what happened. They did take him in alive. So perhaps we'll get his side of the story soon. ICE is saying that he is complicit in illegal alien trafficking, so we'll see. We'll see what this is all about, I guess. You know, I am just really not buying it at face value, so I want to wait until more information comes out. ICE are a bunch of horseshit hats. I love that. Also, folks, do we got any subs? Do we got any donos out there? Do we got any support for the show? Bueller? Got any Oilers out there? Oilers? It's been a while. We're in between segments. Remember to click the button. True! Did I not play the song? Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click Hell yeah! You should make that the standard intro for your YouTube vids. I can't do that to you guys. I'm sorry. but I do appreciate that you guys like Jazz Dog's music. Folks, check out Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Also, Mo Madden You, thank you for the $20
Looking
super
forward
chat.
to engaging with a like-minded community eases the pain.
Hell yeah. All right, folks, I will BRB. I need to pee. And when I return, we'll talk about ICE some more. And also, Valkyrie.
Currently been in the
Smith.
process of a move and haven't been able to support much. Here's my contribution, Comrade 07.
Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Much appreciated. Hope the move went well. Hell yeah. All right, I will be right back. It won't be that long. Probably like one song. And when I return, more ICE in Minnesota stuff, more updates. Got a lot to say, so let's keep going, folks. BRB.
Kick it off.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. We've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can say. No, we won't go away. Oh, the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. There's another day just about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. The time will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the ears and stop this infernal machine.
Hell yeah. All right. We back. There's never been a better time for folk music. We need a lot more of it, you know? All right. Y'all ready to dive into the latest bullshit? Some folk music is okay, some just sounds really annoying. That's fair. That is fair. There's almost like a yeah, no, that's fair. Okay. Folks, let's go. So, folks, we gotta talk about ICE here in Minnesota, what the situation is, especially now that the information is proliferating that Greg Bovino is out, Tom Homan is in, and just want to say right off the bat, anyone who's trying to pretend that like Tom Homan is going to be better for Minnesota or more moderate, like no, he's like again a guy who's dumber than a box of rocks, and also he's installed specifically as a yes man. His entire persona and job is to like slobber on camera about like how he's gonna go brutalize black and brown people. Like that's hit the entire reason for his existence in this administration. So like yeah, of course he's going to be sending like ICE to go do all of the same stuff, all of the same stuff. But what is notable about Greg Bovino being ousted is that it is an indicator that the administration is cracking. It is weak. It is, in fact, not doing okay. And so they figured that they had to throw out some sacrificial meat, the Greg Bovino meat. Melody Queen, thank you for the $5 super chat. And so, but what if we gave him like $50,000? You know, that might be a different, you know, he might change his tune. But you know, we got some updates. There are a lot of court cases working through the system right now. And I want to remind folks, tomorrow evening is going to be a big time when the judge overseeing Minnesota's case against Kristi Noem
Lady Jack,
gets more
if
info.
they show up, the right-wing 2A protesters won't be as peaceful as y'all have managed. Stay safe and don't let idiots derail your movement.
We're gonna do our best. We're doing our best to keep a lid on things here, Melody Queen. Thank you for the $5
This
super
is
chat.
where it is most dangerous for us. This is the time we could possibly get complacent with this victory and having the admin slightly back down. Do not let up the pressure.
It is actually so much more important right now that you guys redouble your efforts on pressuring our elected officials. Like when they are weak, we don't take a break. We charge ahead. This is why the entire thrust of this in this segment, yeah, spoiler alert, it's to get you to call your elected representatives and or visit their offices and also send them faxes and emails. The entire purpose of this segment is to get you guys revved up to know that that's the thing you guys have to do. Okay? So organize and get ready, folks. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, but also use the leverage you have to impress upon members of Congress that right now we need accountability for ICE. We need to abolish ICE, frankly. We need to like get as much as we can get. Right? We need to make sure like if we can get out Stephen Miller, let's get out Stephen Miller. If we can get out Kristi Noem, let's get out Kristi Noem. I don't think abolishing ICE completely is currently on the table, but honestly, we should be demanding our Dems demand that as the starting point. Because if we're already watering down our asks from the beginning, we're just going to get even more watered down results as this goes through the process of negotiating with Republicans. So honestly, the starting position we should all be demanding is not what Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are putting out there. It should be abolish ICE.
I have a GoFundMe for my mom. And she and I have been through so much. This show is one of the only communities that makes me feel normal.
Oh, the original clapper. Thank you for the $5 super chat, and also make sure you post that GoFundMe in the mutual aid portion of our Discord. Just get some more eyeballs on it from this community. Yeah, like, we need to start with a strong opening negotiating position, which is abolish ICE. And the closest we can get to that point is going to be the maximum win that we can get in the moment, and we should continue to push for abolishing ICE. Okay? But let's take a look at what is happening right now as ICE continues to exist. So, first of all, update today on Liam Ramos, the 5-year-old boy who was used as bait to try and lure his family out of their house by ICE. A judge has just issued a block to the deportation of Liam and his father. So they are not going to get deported in the immediate future, which is good. But, of course, just to temper this good news, there's not going to be any kind of civil rights violation probe into the execution of Alex Preddy. So, again, it was Liam Ramos, the blue hat kid? Yes. That 5-year-old kid. 5-year-old child. Like, we are staring down a situation where people are like, we can reform this, and it's like a bunch of demons abducting children and trying to use them as bait, and like shooting mothers dead in the street, and like executing ICU nurses. Like, there's no reforming this. These people are cooked. They're not even like bothering to do a show investigation. And, like, I just want to play this clip, a longer version of which was posted by MinMax the other day. But look at this. Look at this shit.
I will tell you this, brother.
What?
You know? I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice,
If
you'll
you raise-
erase my...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You
Yeah.
said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
I will tell you this, brother.
There's no reforming this. There's no reforming an institution that produces guys who, knowing that they're on camera, are saying, if you use your First Amendment right, I will kill you. There's no reforming this. Yeah, drunk with power would be like an accurate description of these clowns. You know? And, like, not only, but again, like, we keep talking about them like they are acting as human beings. You know? It's worth remembering that human beings don't always act like human beings. Sometimes they act like fucking demons. And I just want to really reiterate, the message that so many people in this country are receiving right now is quite specifically that ICE are just monsters. Like, just inhuman monsters. Alright? One of the latest headlines from People magazine, which, oddly enough, we live in a timeline where People magazine is going harder on ICE than almost any other mainstream news outlet, and it's People goddamn magazine. But I'm grateful for it, because People magazine probably has a higher readership than a lot of these other news outlets. Alright? But, like, this story broke my heart. ICE denies detainees' request to attend his son's funeral. His son had a rare genetic disorder, Pompe disease, and this father was his full-time caregiver his entire life. And ICE denied him the ability to go and spend his dying child's last moments together. This headline's going around the country in People magazine. This is what the American people see. Every day that goes by, I want you to know that the moderate position, the compromise position, is arresting and prosecuting every single ICE agent, every single bureaucrat, every single person in leadership that let this happen. There is no reforming this. What service is this providing to anybody? And I want to remind all of you, we don't have to have federally empowered slave catchers in this country. We don't need that. Because guess what? We could just provide a pathway to citizenship where these people fill out paperwork and maybe pay a fine. It doesn't have to be that these people get hunted down and then like cruelly kept away from their families and destroy their lives. It doesn't have to be that way. The same way, if you're going over the speed limit by like 1 or 2 miles per hour, you get pulled over for a speeding ticket. You don't get hauled over to like, you know, a supermax prison to be held and pending trial. You just pay a fine and get on with your life. Like, we do not have to do this. This was entirely a choice. And we need to undo this choice. There is no reason people in masks should be abducting people. There is no reason that father had to be forced to stay within confinement while his son died. I do want to say that our public pressure is eliciting some results. Because the weakness that is currently the response this administration has to defend Kristi Noem is now starting to get to Stephen Miller. The calls for Miller to be out, the calls for Kristi Noem to get out. We need those calls to get louder. We need you guys to keep calling, to keep emailing, to keep faxing your elected officials to make that call as loud as possible. Okay? Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's wife, is clearly panicking here. Any early comments made were based on information sent to the White House through CBP, Miller told Axios in response to a story in which others blamed him for the massacre statement. You know, almost like people are responsible for the things they say, and if you get in front of the entire country and call a goddamn hero someone who is planning to do a terroristic massacre, maybe you shouldn't be in that job anymore. All right? We need to pressure for Stephen Miller to be on the way out. There's no reason. Like, Stephen Miller offers nothing. He doesn't have money. He doesn't have power. Everyone fucking hates his guts. We need to get him out of there. All right? We need to get him out of there. The knives are currently out for looking for scapegoats, and we cannot allow Greg Bovino to be the only scapegoat here. Put pressure on this administration to get Kristi Noem out and Stephen Miller out. All right? It is deeply important. Katie Miller also posting, between the lines, Miller said the Minnesota operation didn't follow the guidelines established by the White House in the aftermath of the January 7th shooting of another Minneapolis demonstrator, Renee Good. Specifically, Miller said the squads of CBP agents were supposed to be divided between officers engaged in the arrests of specifically targeted criminal aliens and other officers in charge of crowd control to keep agitators from interfering. We are examining why CBP was not following that protocol, he said. Again, they're looking for scapegoats. They're looking for other people to throw under the bus. These people should all be in jail? Yes. 100%. But Katie Miller is posting these things because she's worried that accountability might be coming. Now, it is important to note, and this comes from Ken Klippenstein's sources here, that despite the fact that Greg Bovino is gone, despite the fact that some ICE agents are apparently leaving the Minnesota area, the view of the operation in the eyes of ICE and CBP seems to be that it is going as expected. There has been a lot of rumors regarding the status of Metro Surge today. As of the latest report, Metro Surge is steady state and expected to continue as planned. So, I don't know how much credence to give this, other than, a limited amount of damage control, obviously, because this is not going as they expected it to. Let's be 100% clear. This is not how they expected it to go. We know that's a lie. But the interesting part there, and the additional info there, is that they expect the current, once ICE officers finish being shuffled around, they expect the current staffing of ICE to remain pretty steady here. They've reached the level that they think should stay. It should stay at. Which means we need to push a lot harder to get them out of here, because they're continuing to do shit. They're continuing to hurt people. They're continuing to harm people. So we cannot get complacent. We cannot go back to sleep because they're still here. Who is Ken Klippenstein? A great journalist. He does good work. Here is a video taken earlier today from Northeast Minneapolis. They're still fucking here.
What the fuck are you doing? Don't you have any fucking humanity?
Oh, so you're running.
Leave us alone! Hey!
Get back, get back. That was your job. Go get him.
Señora, ¿cómo se llama? Jenny? ¿Usted conocía al señor que corrió?
Sí, es mi primo.
¿Es su primo? ¿Cómo se llama su primo?
Segundo.
¿Segundo?
Sí.
¿Y su apellido?
Ushka.
¿Ushka?
Sí.
Segundo Ushka.
Honey, ma'am, is that your car?
¿Eso es su carro?
Sí. Por favor.
This is what they're doing here. This is what they're doing here. They're ripping families apart. They are not leaving. And I'm sorry, but any Democrat that does not understand the absolute importance right now of taking ICE out, of taking DHS out, of getting rid of the Stephen Miller and the Kristi Noem, and at least slowing this down. We have to, our mission right now is to stop this. I want these people fucking gone. Every day this is happening on our streets. Every day. They need to fucking get out of here. ICE has no place in Minnesota. ICE has no place in America. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. There, again, keep banging the drum, folks. When you call your elected officials today, demand Nuremberg trials for these clowns. Demand accountability for these clowns. It is not enough for them to say, "Oh, well, we'll have a federal state investigation into what happened with these shootings." No, that's not even nearly enough. That is not enough accountability here. Because you know what? I got to be honest with you guys. When I see the demand from that Democratic politicians are making for state federal cooperated investigations, what I see, frankly, is additional leverage for this criminal and lawless organization called DHS to simply poison the investigation and like ruin the chances of us actually seeing real justice. These people are liars to a man. Not a single ICE officer, not a single DHS official is capable of telling the truth. They are liars through and through. Disgusting. And not only that, they're also incompetent as hell. Because, like, what even happened in this clip? They abducted that woman's cousin. They abducted that woman's cousin. I don't know. I don't know if like that child was her cousin's child or if it was her child. But like it is awful. It is awful. You have observers having to shout at these clowns, "Don't shoot him, don't shoot him." Because we're all terrified going out there that we're going to see someone get shot in front of us now. Earlier today, ICE caused an international incident because not only are they evil, they're just incompetent as hell. Not a single one of them gives a damn enough about this city to understand where they have jurisdiction and where they don't, because in their mind, they believe everywhere in Minnesota is their jurisdiction. Including foreign soil of other nations. Here is a video of ICE agents trying to break into the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis.
This is the customer of Ecuador. Relax. Okay, relax. I did not enter. If you touch me, I will grab you. If you touch me, I will grab you. You cannot enter. Okay. You cannot enter. Okay, but don't touch me. Yeah, okay. You cannot enter. You cannot enter. All right, let's go. You cannot enter. This is the consulate. This is the foreign government department. You cannot enter. Are there cousins there? Right? Yeah. Right there. All right. Yeah.
They were just gonna walk right fucking in, try and swing those big dick guns of theirs around. Fucking clowns.
Sí, lo estoy filmando. ¿Qué viste? Quisieron perseguir a las personas acá. Allí pasó de me tocó hablar.
Makes me so mad. Here is the statement put out by the Republic of Ecuador about this incident, translated into English, regarding the attempted incursion into the Ecuadorian consulate in Minneapolis by ICE agents. This morning, the Ecuadorian consul in Minneapolis reported that at approximately 11 a.m., an agent from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement attempted to enter the consulate premises. Consulate officials immediately prevented the ICE officer from entering the consular office, thus guaranteeing the protection of the Ecuadorian citizens who were present at the consulate at that time and activating the emergency protocols issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and human mobility. Therefore, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic immediately submitted a letter of protest to the United States Embassy in Ecuador to ensure that acts of this nature are not repeated at any of Ecuador's consular offices in the United States. Like, I want you to understand, like, an armed agent of the US government setting foot against the will of the Ecuadorian consulate on their ground that's genuinely a military incursion. This is something that in the past the United States has shot bullets over. All right? Just as an FYI. And bombs, of course. It is like we're just in insane territory every day. Every day something insane happens. Doubt the Ice Guy knows that? Of course he does. Of course he has no idea. But that's the thing. None of these chuckle fucks give a fuck. They are willing to violate any and every law because their guys have told them they are immune from any kind of prosecution. It's nuts. Even if they entered, doesn't mean the international community is going to do fuck all about it. America seems to have an international immunity. That's not true at all. Other countries are getting their hits in economically. The value of the dollar has been lately because a bunch of European nations have been selling their bonds in US treasuries. Like, we are currently actually living with the consequences of our actions, and it's only going to get worse for us every fucking day that these people are in power. It's just nuts. It's just nuts. Also, new details have come out about Alex Preddy, which is that about a week earlier, he had an altercation with ICE officers where he, as an observer with a whistle, got out to alert a neighborhood that ICE was chasing a family down the street. And he was blowing his whistle and he was filming officers. And those officers turned on him and beat him so badly that he cracked a rib. He broke a rib. And a week later, he was out on the street trying to stand up for people again with a broken rib. According to the source asked about this, by the way, when they broke his rib the first time, he thought he was gonna die. And he still went out there again anyway. Just disgusting. Also, more evidence, by the way, that ICE has been doing essentially the equivalent of Starlight Tours, which is the practice of releasing folks without appropriate weather gear into severe weather conditions in order to harm them or kill them. Luckily, there is a large group of people who have congregated outside the Whipple building who are providing these folks with jackets, with burner phones, with rides to where they need to get to. But otherwise, if those people weren't showing up, like, people could die. Like, genuinely could die. And there are some reports that folks are being found beaten up in the woods near the Whipple building. So, just as an FYI, like, some of these people are being left out in the middle of nowhere in these conditions. But here is someone being released from the Whipple building to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about. You can't play that song. But like, they just released this person with like a sweatshirt and jeans. It's like negative 10 degrees below zero. Absolutely disgusting shit. And I just want to say it is really nice to see. Isn't Edelweiss from The Sound of Music in Public Domain? No. The lyrics to the song might be, but not that performance of the song. Shout out to folks who have continued to turn up to Alex Preddy memorial demonstrations. Here's a vigil that was held in Portland.
Yeah, this is great.
I guess we're far enough away.
So we're gonna comply.
This line of people apparently went on for about a quarter of a mile. Genuinely, it's just nice. It's just nice to know folks outside of Minnesota care. Jack, you sing Edelweiss then? I don't know the lyrics off the top of my head. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll learn it and sing it for you guys sometime. Ken Klippenstein, though, has been doing some incredible journalistic work. I'm going to link you guys this piece that he put together. Here you guys go. Here you guys go. Here you guys go. This piece is specifically about morale within ICE. He spoke with about half a dozen members of ICE and CBP, and some of the quotes are wild. Like, as much as I support this administration, there needs to be more common sense in situations like this, not a knee-jerk damage-controlled narrative that does not line up with the evidence on video. One Border Patrol agent said in a private chat group that was shared with me. This individual was shot 8 to 9 times while unarmed. We can't always support what happens just because it's one of us. Like, it is interesting to get this insight into how these people are thinking about it. I can go on and on, but overall, it's been a ridiculous experience, one ICE agent told me. He says that many agents on the ground are just going along with the expanded mission because they're more interested in their away from home per diem pay and collecting overtime than whatever the mission is. God. The brand new agents are idiots, an experienced ICE agent assigned to Homeland Security investigations told me. The same sentiment was echoed by virtually everyone I talked to, with several conveying the view that Preddy's death was the fault of some skittish young recruit who panicked when he heard the word gun, if that's what even happened. Like, it's not great that, like, some of these ICE agents are, like, a lot of the new guys are pretty sketchy, honestly. Like, that's a really bad sign. That's a really, really bad sign, guys. Again, I would very much recommend you guys read this whole article. Linked it in chat. Ken Klippenstein's ICE Unloads piece, I think, is very, very necessary reading. Again, just this paragraph, and it'll be the last thing I say about this. This paragraph alone really kind of changes the tone of who ICE are, or what ICE is, rather. They paint a picture that is more Police Academy or even Reno 911 than a Gestapo on the march. Yes, they agree that Washington is a huge problem and are uncomfortable with the mission creep that is taking them away from actual immigration enforcement, but internally, theirs is also the story of gung-ho 19-year-olds, drunken stakeouts, and senior officers disappearing into meetings and all of a sudden needing time off. And I think that's I think it is worth remembering that these people are incompetent boobs, Like, these people are dumbasses. And, like, they are bad at their jobs. They are traitors to this country and their communities. They are people whose job it is to snatch children. They're cowards. And, like, none of this is to say, oh, they're not responsible for their own actions. They absolutely are. But also, it's good to know our enemy and to know the different aspects of our enemy. And in this particular case, our enemies are morons and evil. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, our enemies can be both. And I think that is the picture that is increasingly becoming clear, even internally when they talk amongst themselves. It's interesting, to say the least. But the tide is turning, even as we get information from within ICE that, like, ICE agents themselves are just, like, completely at a loss as to what to do, or like, oh no, I'm beginning to get uncomfortable with this child snatching operation I signed up for. Also, people in positions of power on the Republican end of the spectrum have started to buckle and fold a little bit. Earlier today, 2 Republican senators called for Kristi Noem to resign. We need a lot more. I think we need, like, another 5 or 6. I forget the exact numbers of Dems in the Senate, but we need to get slightly more Dems in the Senate on board with this, and I think we might be able to get them. Okay? Lisa Murkowski and Tom Tillis are both calling on Kristi Noem to resign. It is unlikely that she will just resign apropos of nothing until, like, enough votes are started to be aimed in her direction and she wants to save herself the embarrassment, right? So what's really important here is that we maximize pressure, especially on Republican elected officials, because right now they're the ones experiencing the weakness. All right? Like, I mean, guys, this is where Ted fucking Cruz is.
The problem is, particularly for someone not paying attention, if you're being told this is a mom of 3 and there's no indication, she's not waving an ISIS flag or doesn't have a suicide vest around her.
Yeah.
Escalating the rhetoric doesn't help, and it actually loses credibility. And so I would encourage the administration to be more measured, to recognize the tragedy and to say we don't want anyone's lives to be lost, and the politicians who are pouring gasoline onto this fire, they need to stop.
Y'all, he's talking to the Trump administration, the ones who keep calling, Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist, the ones who keep calling Renee Good a domestic terrorist, the people who are calling observers who are showing up to keep their communities safe and ICE agents accountable domestic terrorists. Like, guys, we've arrived at a point in time where Ted Cruz is, like, saying, buckling when it comes to this administration. And this is the guy who has been licking Donald Trump's boots for the past like decade after Donald Trump called his wife ugly and said his dad killed JFK. Like, when Ted Cruz knows it's time to start readjusting away from this administration, that is, well, it says something. And it says something about the strength of this administration that is not, you know, helping it, we'll say. But here we are with, you know, it's also breaking through. Like, ICE is not something that is just, like, only for people who are politics brained like you guys. Like, a lot of folks who are just normal people who don't normally tune into politics are tuning into this. Which is, by the way, why a majority of white people and a majority of men are supportive of abolishing ICE. You know, like, the approval ratings for Donald Trump are not doing so hot. Okay? I don't buy it. I think if you asked him who's ratcheting up the rhetoric, he'd say Tim Walz, Ilhan Omar, and Senate Dems or the media. But he's specifically using the example that like Donald Trump and the Trump administration used for Renee Good, which is calling a mother of three a domestic terrorist. And like, that's why I think he's aimed more towards Trump there. But I think if you asked him point blank, is Trump to blame for this? I don't think he would say yes. But here is a clip of Victor Wembanyama, who is I believe basketball player for the Spurs. I'm not super up on my basketball teams, so I believe the Spurs from the big picture of a spur behind him.
PR has tried, but I'm not gonna sit here and give some politically correct, you know. I know. I mean, every day I wake up and see the news, and I'm horrified. I think that it's crazy that some people might make it seem like, or make it sound like it's acceptable. The murder of civilians is acceptable, you know. Every day, I mean, I read the news, and sometimes I'm asking very deep questions about my own life. But you know, I'm conscious also that saying everything, you know, that's on my mind would have a cost that's too great for me right now. So it's, I'd rather not get into too many details.
Is that kind of a big factor in this, that people have that fear that if they speak openly about an injustice they see, there can be repercussions?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's terrible. It's, and, you know, I know I'm a foreigner. You know, I live in this country, and I am concerned for sure.
Is that part of your hesitance, being a foreigner? Does that play into your?
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, it's yeah.
I mean, this is when you have someone who is openly saying, like, this is not right, but also I can't continue to say what I want to say because I'm a foreigner and I don't want to deal with the repercussions there. Like, that's a massive indictment of where we are right now, but also that is going to be seen by a whole lot of people who usually tune out of politics. And they're going to be like, whoa, what? This guy can't even say what he wants to say about this because he's afraid he's going to get deported. He's afraid he's going to, like, have his entire career destroyed and he's going to be, like, deported to France. Like, that, I think for a lot of folks, people are only just now waking up to the idea that, oh, ICE action in Minneapolis or in Maine or, you know, that isn't just something that's over there for other people to deal with. That's here. That's happening here to us, all of us. What happens in Minnesota is what's going to happen elsewhere. And so, like, yeah, he has a justified fear of retaliation for speaking too loudly. That's where we're at right now in America. But we're also at a time where everyday people from all walks of life are speaking up and acting and in ways that they can. Because not everyone can do everything. Not everyone can say everything. But we can show up where it matters. And, you know, I just think, I was thinking about this video in particular of a guy showing up in Minneapolis.
Need the gas mask.
I do. Yeah, man.
Check to make sure there's a filter in there. Gas mask. I got like 40 Shields and shit in the truck is free to grab. Make fucking
That's motherfucking right, man. That's right. My man.
over, dog.
Yo, what is this? This is from the protest the other day, right after, I believe, the shooting of Alex Preddy. People were fucking pissed. All right? So that guy showed up on short notice with gas masks to hand out to protesters and, like, you know, protective gear. Like, dude drove over, showed the fuck up, and showed up to help folks do better in the protests, right? Like, and that's one of the things I want to say. Like, different people can show up in different ways. Not everyone can be truck guy and show up with like an entire, you know, shipment of gas masks for folks to just like keep them safe in the tear gas. Not everyone can do that, but that guy could. Start thinking about what you guys can do in your community. How can you show up? It's important to ask, how can you show up? Which side are you on, folks? Once you know which side, how can you show up? And I will say, pressure on our elected officials right now is not hopeless. It's not hopeless. And I want to point to the statements from Representative Delia C. Ramirez in Congress, who is specifically identifying that not just ICE needs to be abolished, but the entirety of DHS. The problem isn't training. DHS was built to violate our rights, she said. It is super important, folks. If you can, call Delia Ramirez's office and give her a thank you. Okay? Call her office and give her a thank you, because we need to also be thanking our politicians who get it right, who are on the right side of history. So call your elected officials and push them towards this point. Abolish DHS, abolish ICE. Impeach Kristi Noem, impeach and remove Stephen Miller. And when they start going on the right side of these issues, call them and thank them. Okay? It is very rare for these people to be thanked, by the way, for their stances. It is necessary for us to be exerting the maximum amount of political pressure that we can get to move us towards the abolition of all of us from under the yoke of DHS and ICE. All right? Super, super important. So, let's just take a look at this. The officer who shot Alex worked for DHS for 8 years. The officer who shot Renee worked for DHS for over 10 years. Both are considered highly trained. The problem isn't training. DHS was built to violate our rights and has been empowered to act with impunity. We must melt ICE and dismantle DHS. Absolute queen. Putting pressure on these people is not pointless. because we need to do everything that we can to facilitate the end of this white supremacist administration. I mean, they're going around national parks now removing signage related to indigenous people. It's very clear what the agenda is for this administration, and it is specifically reasserting white supremacy. That is what they are trying to do. It is what they do, not just with ICE, not just with DHS, but with the National Park Service, with every arm of the government that they have gotten their sticky, grotesque fingers into. Their tendrils. It is a violation on all of us. And I just want to say that we might not have a better shot than now to try and get rid of Noam and Miller. And I say that specifically because as things have unfolded after the killing, the execution, the brutal murder of Alex Preddy, pressure has been mounting, anger has been mounting, and one of the nation's largest unions has now come out to call for the resignation of Kristi Noem and the resignation of Stephen Miller. So, AFGE is demanding their resignation. Specifically because they have set up a situation where one government employee executed another government employee. Because the killer of Alex Preddy, the killers of Alex Preddy, were also likely members of AFGE. Because AFGE represents, surprise, surprise, the largest number of federal employees in the country. And they also represent workers at the VA, as well as workers in CBP. Wild stuff. AFGE stands for American Federation of Government Employees. They are demanding that Miller and Noem resign over the statements that they have made and the policy decisions that they have made, specifically denigrating Alex Preddy as a domestic terrorist and a would-be assassin. So, let me just see if I can bring up their statement. I would like to read AFGE's statement in full. Do 3669. All right. I've found their website, but I'm not finding it updated at the moment. Good night, Melanie. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Found it. AFGE demands resignation or termination of DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller for smearing slain AFGE member Alex Preddy as domestic terrorist. Yesterday, AFGE brought together labor and faith leaders from Minneapolis and across the nation to mourn our fallen brother from Local 3669, Alex Preddy. We honored his life and legacy and lifted up his family, his friends, his union, Minneapolis, and our nation in prayer. Today, we demand accountability. In the immediate aftermath of Alex's killing, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem betrayed the public trust by slandering the good name of our union brother and calling him a domestic terrorist. Alex Preddy was a patriotic ICU nurse at a VA hospital who devoted his life to serving America's veterans. That claim was reckless, defamatory, and unsupported by the facts. Noem was preceded in this false statement by Stephen Miller, Deputy White House Chief of Staff, who is also the architect of the chaotic and failed immigration policy in Minnesota. And I want to say just real quick that it is great that the union is calling out Miller, not just for his spoken statements, but for being the guy behind the policy, by pinning this on him in multiple ways. Because what the administration has been trying to do in response to calls for Miller's resignation is trying to say, well, he didn't have all the facts. He was given false information by someone else. Haha. We won't say who, though. But what the union is making clear in this statement is, no. It's both for your statements and for your role in policy. Okay? And so, I appreciate that. I appreciate the on-point messaging. Our demand is clear. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who was responsible for carrying out the policy that led to Alex's needless killing, and Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, the architect of that policy, must resign immediately. If they refuse, President Trump must dismiss them. Public reporting has established that Mr. Miller is the driving force behind the administration's harsh immigration agenda. He personally directed its implementation and used high-pressure tactics to force compliance across the federal government. These were not abstract policy choices. They were imposed from the top and enforced without regard for the consequences. Secretary Noem willingly carried out his agenda. Secretary Noem made deliberate choices that reshaped the Department of Homeland Security and enabled this tragedy. Over the past year, she removed some leaders, consolidated authority, and enforced aggressive immigration tactics that prioritized political objectives over professional judgment and public/officer safety. Those choices created the conditions that led directly to this tragedy. This conduct is consistent with Secretary Noem's broader record at DHS. Under her leadership, TSA workers have faced sustained attacks on collective bargaining rights and union representation. At FEMA, her actions have weakened frontline workers, undermined labor protections, eroded accountability within the agency that is so critical to disaster preparedness and response. Over the past year, she removed senior leaders within the Department of Homeland Security and reshaped the agency's command structure to ensure adherence to Mr. Miller's aggressive immigration strategies. Those decisions escalated tensions, undermined professional judgment, and put lives at risk. Taken together, the actions of Miller and Noem, both before and after Alex's killing, make clear they are unfit to serve in their current positions or any position requiring the public trust. AFGE calls for a full and transparent investigation into Alex's killing by an independent third party. We also call for bipartisan congressional oversight to uncover the truth, ensure accountability, and begin repairing the damage to public trust. Well done. Well done, folks. That's a good statement. That's a good statement right there. And I think this is why, folks, we need to end this segment here with a call to action, right? So, folks, use 5calls.org to call your elected representative. Use faxzero.com to fax your elected representatives. If their voicemail inbox is full, call their local offices and leave a message there, okay? Start using every lever at your disposal to put pressure on them to call for the resignation of Miller and Noem to get impeachment on the table if it's not already for your elected representatives. All right? It is vitally important that we bring to bear this level of pressure now and not like a week or two from now. Because specifically, like, this is going to have a short half-life. We all know what the media cycle is like. In like a week or two, this might not even be a blip on the radar anymore. And we cannot allow that to happen. So, folks, get organized. You can use !organize in chat to get the link to 5calls.org as well as mobilize.us/indivisible and no kings. But folks, I'm also going to tell you guys there's a great tool available to you called factszero.com. It's really easy. It even has listings for Congress people in the House and the Senate and even your governor. And you can simply put in their information and fax someone for free using this website. Doesn't cost you anything. You don't need a fax machine. Gets a physical piece of paper into their offices. Especially useful for older members of the Senate and the House. So please, folks, start doing this shit. It is really, really important. Okay? Let's get on it. Use 5calls.org to make your calls and do it every day, folks. Make this a daily thing. Make sure your name is known to their offices. Like, be the person who is so irritating to these elected officials that they're like, oh God, it's this one again. You know, it doesn't take that much time. Make your calls, make your demands heard, and let's maximize the pressure this administration is feeling when it comes to calls for the removal of Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller and the abolition of the abolishment of ICE. Okay? We need these changes to happen. Not just us here in Minneapolis and Minnesota, but so do all of you, because this is going to come to you if we don't stop it here. All right? So let's get to work. Whew. There we go. We did it. Made it through another segment. Folks, we've been going for 3 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of today's show, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And folks, consider subscribing even. I don't remember if I said that button, but hit that button too. And also, please consider financially supporting the stream because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you guys. Because this job sometimes is like staring into the abyss, man. Literally faxing my district representative right now as we speak. Hell yeah. Oh, and we have a little song to let you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click Okay. How we doing, folks? Thoughts on adding facts 0 to exclamation point organize? YouTube has a character limit for the chatbot. So I have tried to add it to the past, and it just does not want to go longer. Let's see here. How we doing, folks? You're the hero we need right now in these dark times. I don't feel like a hero. I feel like I am struggling, just like a lot of you are too. And it is hard to try and make this even remotely entertaining. Like I hope I've been doing a good job, folks. I hope I've been doing a good job. Making this entertaining and digestible is difficult when I want to scream and cry. Is the headache getting better? Think we can okay, but also I'm in the middle of a show. I understand that there are ways we could make the commands better, but it's also in the middle of a show. And I'm doing my best. I'll go do that now.
We have plowed and we have planted, we have gathered into bars, done the same work as the men with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our cry. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the truck drivers, conductors, and cashiers. We operate machinery, we fly the airplanes, and we help to build our unions. We got struggle in our veins. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line. We raised our voices loud. I'm so proud of just knowing we were there. We were there. We were there in the mines. Yes, came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line. We raised our voices loud. Proud, just knowing we were there. And our struggle keeps on growing. I'm so proud, just knowing we were there.
There we go. Whew. Got the links. Got them all updated. On all of the websites. There you go. How we all doing, folks? You all doing okay? You eating good? Drinking water? Dropping those donos? Doing the things it requires to live a happy life? Let's see here. Just cold? I feel that. Got a whole box of candy canes for 95 cents. Original flavor. Can we get a who would win in a fight poll between two random objects? If a mod feels like it. Gonna go eat a whole ass dill pickle? Alright. Holy shit, why is it 2 in the morning? Because time flies when you're staring into the void. God. Still in the hospital, got a fever now, had my second surgery today. Ooh, Jess, I hope you feel better soon. Not a dill burrito pickle. God. Sleeping any better lately? Nah. All right, folks. Let's move into the second part of our ice coverage of the day, because we're not done yet. All right, you guys ready to dive back in? Chris Huggins, thank you for the $10 super chat.
That song We Were There in the Factories, where can I find it? Also, I want to thank you for all you have been doing. I talk about you and your perspective on what is going on.
I appreciate that. The playlist that I source most of the songs from is linked in chat right below your super chat. Thank you for the $10 super chat. The name of the song is We Were There. It is sung by sung by Bev Grant. It's honestly really great. I love it. I've really enjoyed the playlist. I do apologize. I do move where the songs are in the playlist for my own convenience, but all the songs will be on that playlist. Um so there you have it. It's a really beautiful song. I love it a lot. I went down a rabbit hole of obscure like worker rights songs, and I found this one, and it was just beautiful. As the trans night shift truck driver in the Pacific Northwest, that song makes me sob every time. It's really beautiful. I called my senator for the first time. Fuck yes. Thank you for continuing to push us to do that. And isn't it like it's weirdly a lot easier than you like build it up in your head. I think. The first time I made a call, I was like, "Oh. All right. Good job, folks. I love seeing you guys take action, especially action for the first time. It's really cool to see. It's a huge thing. Remember to celebrate it. All right.
Sir, was this?
Oh god. Jesus Christ.
The worst day.
Okay. Cool. We are set.
Brother.
Okay. Trying to think of where to put some of these things. Real quick, I'm trying to figure out the structure for this next segment. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. That is what I was looking for. Okay. Y'all ready? Because I'm guessing a lot of you are gonna get real fucking angry by this from this next segment. So let's kind of gird ourselves and get ready to dive in here. I just had a big old cry every time I call because I'm so angry. Let it out. It's okay to be angry. We're still gonna, yes, we are. I know it sounds insane. We are not even at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to ICE abuses. So let's talk about it. Everyone have an emotional support medieval weapon. Yeah. Remember, folks, like, subscribe, consider supporting. Let's dive in. So, folks, we got to continue talking about ICE because it is, in fact, a huge and growing problem with every day that passes, and it is continuing to affect not just Minneapolis, Minnesota, but also elsewhere in the country. It is growing. It is a threat that will not stop until we stand up and stop it. Bernie Sanders put out a call to action and a warning just 13 hours ago, as of the recording of this, titled "ICE is out of control everywhere."
The worst day for my life, not only for my life, for my daughter and my family.
Last Sunday, I got a desperate call from the Mancia Rodriguez family saying that Adonai had been detained. We're very close, so I came rushing here to Morristown. People were terrified. There was raids going on and people were just being taken. I arrived at the house to utter chaos. The family was just devastated. We had no idea where he was. The confusion was just palpable. And we just spent 2 days trying to locate Adonai in the system and trying to figure out how to go about this process.
Annabelle, you can show him what the photo you have in your tablet?
Daddy.
Who is Adonai? I can tell you it was my partner. It was the father for my daughter, Annabella Mancia. An amazing father. Adonai living over here was 16 years old. He had almost, maybe 11 or more, 11 years, me in the country. What happened last Sunday? I'm going to work. I call my daughter, say, hey, I see you later. And later came the worst day for my life, not only for my life, for my daughter and my family. Adonai was ordered food. She opened the door, and that man just say 3 people jumping in him and take us, hey, you got arrested. Adonai say, hey, before you get arrested, check my record, check, my license, I have everything. She said, we don't care, just put in the custody, put into the floor. And cuando Adonai got it really fast, say, hold my daughter's inside. And Adonai repeat 3 times and say, hey, my daughter's inside, please, my daughter's inside. Dime a call. Or call somebody, She said, no, we're not coming for your daughter, we're coming for you.
They brought him to an unmarked vehicle along with other men that they had detained, and they brought him away to the Elizabeth Detention Center, leaving his daughter by herself in the house.
What happened to the daughter?
She was found about an hour later by a neighbor wandering in the street crying for her dad. She had put on her shoes and her jacket to go look for him because she knew it wasn't supposed to take that long for her father to get food from the front door.
And she said, she see in the mirror, we have a mirror in the room. She said, I talk to myself, mommy. I need to be strong and put in my jacket. What do you say in the mirror?
I said, Daddy's taking too long. Then I'm going outside there and trying to look for my dad. But I stayed next to the house right there. Where's my tree?
Stayed close?
And then I found somebody and I was over there. And then I wait for them and then I said, hello, I'm trying to find my dad. He's not coming back and I live in this house. I'm trying to find him and they're not coming back, but I'm trying.
Adonai was absolutely not a criminal, a hardened criminal of any kind. He has no criminal record. He's a hardworking man who came under refugee status when he was just a teenager.
How you explain your daughter for 6 years old? Your father's got arrested for something maybe she's not got it. Because the first answer what she did to me, it is, mommy, my father don't steal a bank. She don't break a bank. She have the money for pay them food. Why she take my daddy? It's okay. It's okay, my love. It's okay. It's okay, my love. Mommy's here.
Annabella is traumatized, to say the least. She does not want to be alone. She does not want to go to school. She doesn't want her mom to go to work. She just wants her dad. All she talks about is her dad.
I I have to say, until a time comes when we get a Congress that is controlled by people who are on the left or people who lean towards the left, until we have a time when that comes about and we can hold congressional hearings, honestly, the first, like, after a flurry of rollbacks, the first thing that needs to happen when Democrats take control of Congress needs to be a formation of a committee to call ICE agents and ICE administrators and ICE bureaucrats and ICE everyone from top to bottom to testify, and everyone who has a claim against them to come in and testify as well. There needs to be a record for now and for all time about what they are doing here. And I think Bernie Sanders, until such a time as we have a Congress that is capable of doing that, Bernie Sanders is doing the next best thing, which is using his considerable war chest in order to finance the filming and recording of these stories and putting them out into the world, because we need to know the stories of hundreds of thousands of people. We need to know the stories of, tens of thousands of families who have been broken up by these actions. People who have been destroyed in body and mind. Like, I'm sorry, but like, this needs to be playing like 24/7 on like any kind of like independent media. This needs to be playing like 24/7 on like mainstream media. This, like, if Republicans really don't want to talk about this kind of stuff, don't give them a single thing other than this to talk about. Make this the biggest and only story for months. Like, starve the media ecosystem until this is the only thing that is talked about.
Who it is?
Dad.
That's that?
You keep him with you?
Yeah.
Currently, Adonai has a lawyer. He was in the process of getting his green card. So we're hoping that the court will accept the case to be reopened, and that will mean that he can't be deported and that we will be able to bail him out, hopefully.
Sí, te escucha. Mira, saluda.
No, pues yo estaba preocupado cuando me agarraron porque literalmente mi hija se había quedado botada solita, entonces la mamá de ella no sabía pues
Claro.
que ella estaba sola.
Pero esta semana que llevas como detenido, ¿cómo has sentido durante la semana?
¿Cómo te sientes?
Pues donde estoy bien, pero literalmente quiero estar con mi hija en mi casa, porque ella me necesita bastante, pues no, y yo también la necesito a ella, entonces no me siento muy bien, que digamos.
Claro.
And guys, like, Adonai's not okay. That's the thing, right? Like, that what you're seeing there is an impromptu interview during which he unexpectedly ran into a camera crew as he called home. right? He's not going to say in front of his little girl that he's not doing okay. But I want you all to know that the conditions within ICE detention facilities are not, oh, you're going to do okay, bad. Okay? Brace yourselves. This is a story CNN covered. It's rough, guys. If it will play. Okay. It is not wanting to play. That's fine. We'll go to this. We'll go to this account from CNN. This is the woman with a disability who is going to a brain clinic.
By now, you've probably seen this video from Minneapolis, a woman being dragged from her car while driving through a protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown. She was arrested 2 blocks from where an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good a week before. You heard her screaming, "I'm disabled," as agents carried her by her arms and her legs from her own car. Tonight, we know her name, Alia Rahman. And in just a minute, you'll hear from her for the first time in an exclusive interview. Alia says she was never part of the protest that day. She was simply just trying to go to her doctor's appointment. But in a statement, the Homeland Security Department called Rahman a, quote, agitator, adding she, quote, ignored multiple commands by an officer to move her vehicle away from the scene. She was arrested for obstruction. The Minneapolis Police Chief, Brian O'Hara, he watched the video. He sees it differently.
Hey, Mr.
Obviously,
Miyagi.
I don't know why law enforcement officers initially approached the vehicle. It pisses me off to see that. To see men doing that to a woman who's disabled. It pisses me off. If those cops works for me, they'd have a problem right now.
With me now.
And that problem would be paid desk leave for a couple weeks and a stern talking to.
Alia Rahman and her attorney, Alexa Van Brunt. Thank you both for being here. Alia, I want to start with you because this has been viral. People have seen this video over and over again. People have many opinions. This is what...
Yeah, of course. She was given like several conflicting commands as she's trying to make it to a brain clinic. A clinic for traumatic brain injuries. And like... it's ridiculous. They deliberately put you in situations where they give you conflicting orders to make it impossible to actually follow the directions. They set up an unwinnable scenario for you.
What happened to you? It is your life, it is your journey. But the government, they're calling you an agitator. So can you just help me understand? Walk me through what happened in those moments before these agents dragged you from your car.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Laura. And happy birthday, Dr. King. I'm really happy that you asked this question, right? Because I have been so concerned.
So in basic words, trumped up charges. In basic words, they don't even have to have a reason. They don't have to have anything to charge you with, Enzo. ICE does not have to have any kind of reasonable, like, honestly, any kind of reasonable suspicion or, you know, any kind of legal justification at all. They're just grabbing people. When you ask, like, under what pretense, they have none. They're open about having none. Anything less than immediately obeying their conflicting directions results in brutality directed towards you. They don't give a fuck.
that folks might be
Not a single one of them has faced any kind of legal ramification for what they're doing. And like on a daily basis, these people are violating the law.
distracted from the real issue at hand by instead debating why I proceeded slowly through a militarized traffic jam full of pedestrians and a cacophony of conflicting instructions. I was on my way to the doctor. I was on a main road that is a direct road from my house to the parking lot. Suddenly there's traffic in the road. There are vehicles blocking it ahead, vehicles that later I understood were ICE vehicles. People around me trying to understand what to do. And I think that you see the rest.
So you weren't, I mean, in the beginning of the video, you see the federal agents saying something to you before you were dragged out. They say that you were given what they call repeated warnings. I just heard you say this cacophony of conflicting commands. What were they saying to you? What did you understand to be happening?
Well, I think I didn't understand what was happening, right? I am a disabled person who has autism, right? That is a big piece of this. But I think even someone who doesn't have the kind of auditory processing challenges I do would not know what to do with the sentence, move. I will break your effing window. And then back and forth between move, get out, trying to open my door, more threats of breaking a window, which I don't understand the functional purpose of. And it's not a warning, it's a threat of violence that really shouldn't be packaged with an instruction. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to tell you about what my ears hear in that situation. But in my ears, my autism also comes with an auditory sorting challenge where multiple human voices at like a loud party or on a chaotic street all sound like they're the person talking to me. So that's one reason, you see me looking and trying to identify which lips are talking to me. But of course, that's not possible because ICE officers wear things that cover their mouths and faces except for their eyes, right?
So it is so informative for you to explain what it was personally like for you, for us to have watched the video and now to understand at least a part of what you were experiencing in that, because there is a conflicting report from their vantage point that tries to explain what you were thinking or feeling, and you've done it yourself. But I want to be clear, you say you were not there to protest ICE. You were there on your way to an appointment and you stopped in the traffic and I got the conflicting reports and commands. Were you there to protest ICE? Had you ever protested ICE before in that arena?
No.
So when you went that day and you were detained, as you said, what was that like for you once you were? What happened after they took you?
Number one, I experienced a very specific set of dehumanization practices during the 6 stages of detention and processing that I counted before I went unconscious and was taken out in an ambulance. Number two, during every one of those stages, I clocked ICE agents doing things that indicated they were not aware of what their job was or how to do it. Lots of, where's this? What do we do next? Really? Agents had to stop at all 5 stages. Agents had to stop, ask someone else what to do, where basic things were. There were local staff who seemed to know some of that thing, but I distinctly heard 2 of them at one point say to each other, we don't want to step on ICE's toes, when I was trying to get medical care. And the third is that the practices I experienced with like my own body, ears, and eyes do not make sense to me as an immigration or public safety strategy, because they make things less safe. And honestly, I was not separated from a citizen of any other country. I think people believe this is just immigrants in there, and it is not. I was told that if I were a normal human, nothing would be a problem.
It is just, they take whoever, they don't have any legit reason to hold them. They try and fabricate reasons after the fact. And like they have no idea what the fuck they're doing behind the scenes. They have no idea what they're doing behind the scenes.
They said that to
We have now heard from, oh yeah. You know, when I asked for disability accommodations, and I said, did anybody bring my cane with me from the car? I need that to walk, not stand, but walk, because my balance is bad. They said, there's no canes here. They stood me up in leg irons and said, walk, push my back. Walk, you can do it. Nobody said, maybe we should find something else. There was no medical screening. I was never once asked for my ID, even told I was under arrest, never charged.
Wow.
And when they...
Yeah, see, this is exactly what I mean. Like, they don't arrest you. They just take you. They don't charge you. They just take you. There's no even pretense of following the law. They just do this to inflict harm. That's it. That is it. When she was released, was she able to see a doctor? I assume at some point after she was released, she was able to see a doctor because she passed out in ICE detention. Like, they pushed her so much that she literally fell unconscious because she wasn't able to go to her traumatic brain injury appointment, which presumably would have helped her not fall unconscious.
Yeah, I sat there and somebody finally noticed I was, not able to balance even sitting. And they said, I think there might have been a wheelchair around here the other day because I kept asking, can you at least get a wheelchair? People said, I don't even know if we have those. That's not the answer to that question. That's never should be happening. And when they put me in the wheelchair, finally, an officer said, wait, you were driving, right? So your legs do work.
What?
You know, I refrain from saying, I refrain from saying, hey, have you ever seen a handicap parking spot, sir? What? But the thing is, right, people are going to say, well, none of that stuff is illegal. It's just mean. But I have read too many books to think that things are okay when this level of dehumanization is happening, because it means officers are probably trying to get through their day when they have been given orders that are not righteous and they are to hurt people.
Alexa,
And,
I have to ask you, and Ali, you have to forgive me. My own sister is mobility impaired, and she drives with the assistance. Had to accommodate and adapt her car so many different times.
Oh yeah, no, like this is illegal in like 12 dozen different ways. She should sue, and I guarantee you she would win. But like, the fact that this is already so normalized, that's one of the aspects here. It is so normalized to do this to a US citizen, to someone who's disabled, to somebody who's on their way to a medical appointment. They're doing this to everybody. Like, there's no distinction or discrimination here. They're going after anyone who is remotely vulnerable when they look at them, because what they're looking for is people where it's going to be easy to snatch them up, because they're getting bonuses for the number of people they bring in, whether or not they're actually arrested or charged or what have you. They're getting bonuses for just bringing in human bodies, and that's what they're doing. ICE and DHS need to be abolished. They are evil institutions, doing evil things, enacting actual harm every single day in my community, and pretty soon in all of your communities.
Able to still function and live in the standard that she wants to. I get emotional thinking about it, but my blood is boiling thinking about that experience. So can you just describe from the legal perspective of it?
Yeah.
She was detained. The DHS says that she was arrested for obstruction.
Yeah.
Are you aware if she is facing any charges? I have to, for a second, compartmentalize the dehumanization just to get through the question. You have to forgive me.
Malk writes, I understand colonialism is a brutal and immoral practice, but even so, this is all the horror of colonizing people without any material gain. What is that? Ideological colonization. Well, what that's called is fascism. You know, one of the shortest definitions of fascism is colonialism brought home and directed inward, right? Which is what we're seeing. Like that's what is happening right now. And you know, if you look at the process that brought us here, at the ideology that fuels it, it checks off all the boxes, every single box of Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism. Which, folks, I have a video where I literally read off the entirety of Umberto Eco's Fascism, or Eternal Fascism, and talk about his 14 points of definition for what fascism is. And I talk about how that applies to Donald Trump. And I recorded that video 2 years ago, before Donald Trump was elected. Folks should check out that video. It's good stuff. But also, it is all coming to pass. Depressingly coming to pass.
Have you heard that she is facing any charges?
I have not heard, and it would, if she were, they would be completely baseless, because the people who violated laws at that scene were the DHS officers, and in particular, every officer in the way they treated her once they found out she had a disability, because Alia was very upfront about it. She told the officers, I am a woman with a disability. I have autism. She yelled it. You can hear it on the video. And they escalated at that point and then subjected her to a very brutal use of force, pulling her out of the car, slamming her down on the ground, and then carrying her like an animal is the only way to describe it. That violates every police standard and how you are supposed to interact with somebody in a car. And it violates every standard in how you're supposed to interact with somebody with a disability.
It's really infuriating being right. Yeah, being right does feel terrible, Mr. Malachite. And, you know, in response to all of this pressure that is finally coming to bear on Democrats in the Senate, this pressure that has pushed Democrats to finally consider going to the mat in order to oppose ICE funding and DHS funding. You know, the American Prospect put up this this really helpful, just kind of overview of the current situation yesterday, and the asks being made by the Democrats are an independent federal state investigation, which includes Minnesota officials, of ICE murders and tactics, a ban on ICE use of face masks, a requirement of body cameras. There was $20 million in funding for body cameras in the current appropriations bill, but they are not mandatory, so this would make them mandatory. A ban on roving ICE patrols, a ban on the invented category of administrative warrants that bypass judges in violation of the Fourth Amendment, and an end to arrest quotas. All of these would be positive changes, but there's, again, a problem here, which is that we're opening up with already a watered down list of asks. Like, the starting point for any negotiations should be abolish ICE, abolish DHS, axe Kristi Noem, axe Stephen Miller. Those should be the starting positions. Don't pre-water down what you're negotiating, because Republicans are going to try and like water all of those points down. You know, you start with the hardline position. Start, like, aim for the moon and see what they give you. But, like, if it then got negotiated down, like, we could maybe live with that a little bit better. But this is the starting point, and getting negotiated down from there, it's not good enough. It is frustrating as hell to watch this unfold day after day. They really have no idea how to do their jobs. Oh no, for folks like Chuck Schumer knows what his job is, and his job is to protect, investors. The same investors that are making tons of bucks off of like the government contracts that are being put out by the Trump administration. Chuck Schumer is there to act as a roadblock to any substantive change. He wants to protect the status quo. And I think folks like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries don't quite realize yet what an existential threat this is. They don't get it. They're not from Minnesota. They're not seeing people getting shot just a block away from their house. They're not seeing people getting executed in the middle of the street and thinking, oh, this is something that could come into my neighborhood sometime. Can we call Schumer complicit to fascism? Yes, of course. Of course he is. But it still remains our job to put pressure on him to move him in a better direction, because he's what we got right now, unfortunately. We are stuck with the cards we have. We need to play them. And so we do our best. We got to keep leveraging where we can, which is why it's so important for you guys to call. Even if you think it is a hopeless battle, to call you like you're a Republican elected official or you're conservative Democrat elected official, it's important to keep applying that leverage and pressure. Because also, while these people are committed to like this status quo, they're also cowards. They are also cowards. Even if they did see it, they do nothing. Look at Minnesota Dems. They don't see themselves as part of the general public. If you believe that, then I don't think you understand what's going on in Minnesota. Folks like Jason Chavez on the Minneapolis City Council have been going out there every damn day and doing work in this community, showing up at protests, showing up and getting gassed himself. He's showing up and he's putting his office on the line in order to go and make food deliveries for folks. Not everyone is a worthless piece of shit in elected office. And our job is to get more people of quality, more people of worth, more people who will go to the mat for us into office. That's our job. That's what organizing is about. That's why you get involved in your local politics. Us not getting involved, us not being involved, is what allowed people like Hakeem Jeffries, what allowed people like Chuck Schumer to come into power. That's the issue. That's the problem. In fact, we've been asleep for way too long. It's time for us to start showing up. I mean, Walls, Klobuchar, Frey, words, empty words, not pushing. Yeah, but again, the entire point is that we are the solution. We keep us safe. But that also means we are the solution to our political problems. When we look and we see Walls not doing enough, when we see Klobuchar not doing enough, when we see Frey not doing enough, it is our job to step up and change that status quo. It is frustrating that we are in this situation now, absolutely, but it is our job to fix that. God, I want us to fix that. Because this is what's happening in our neighborhoods right now.
I actually don't know kind of what's going on. So can you fill me in?
Yeah. So
these two were taken by ICE and put into detention in the Whipple building. This is what's happening to folks who are being detained here in Minnesota.
yesterday, we responded to a sighting of ICE that was in my neighborhood. And when we approached that situation, we were following behind two ICE vehicles ICE agents got out of the cars. They
yeah, this is Care 11 doing. Jana Shortle has been doing some incredible reporting locally on ICE.
Sprayed pepper spray into.
She's been getting like tear gassed and pepper sprayed with the best of them.
The vent of my car, and after that, proceeded to come back, break our windows, take us out of the car, and arrest us. They put us into two separate cars. When I was in the car that I was in with ICE agents, they immediately started taunting me, making fun of me, taking pictures of me, calling me ugly, all around just trying to kind of like humiliate me. And then about 2 minutes into our ride, the driver, the ICE agent that had pepper sprayed into the vents of my car said, "You guys got to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead." And he was referring to Renee Good, which was shocking to hear him say. And throughout like the rest of the day, everybody who I saw through the booking and detention process at the Whipple building, I told him exactly what he said. That was verbatim. But yeah, it was like a shocking interaction and just extremely dehumanizing and disrespectful, and bigoted, homophobic.
Which, by the way, like, this is the point. This is why ICE does what it does. This is why these people joined up. They joined up to do this. They joined up to target groups of people that they have bigotry in their hearts for. They joined up so that they could torment folks who are gay, folks who are lesbian, folks who are trans, folks who are, importantly, Black, brown, Hispanic. They joined up, not necessarily even for any of the money benefits, but for the cruelty. They joined up to inflict suffering on other human beings. That's why they're there. That is why they delight in this. And that's why I guarantee you, if there's not like some kind of formalized database that they are putting all of these selfies on, then it's some kind of sick fucking like perv jerk group chat that they got going on. I guarantee you. I guarantee you there's like some kind of fucking disgusting, perverted chat where they're all sharing pictures around of these activists that they've snapped pictures of. And they're I guarantee you that's happening. And it's just disgusting. What this administration has enabled is simply like unprecedented levels of formalized sexual violence and abuse, along with institutionalized bigotry. It is disgusting beyond words.
And so there's, the way that we were treated when we were abducted, when we were taken. But then there was the experience that we had when we were in the detention center itself. It was, for me, the most difficult part of being in that building. From the holding cell that I was in, I heard like just wailing, like desperate crying from a room full of women, who I later, when I went to the bathroom and was able to see more of the detention center, saw was just a room of 12 to 13 Hispanic women. Just there was a man who was saying, screaming, "Let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go," over and over again. I heard a child screaming, like hearing like the visceral pain of the people that were in that facility juxtaposed with the small talk and the laughter from the agents and from all of the people that were the employees that are part of this operation and making this happen, right, from all of these different federal agencies. We could hear folks talking outside our doors about, asking how their families were. Yeah, just lots of laughter and just the juxtaposition of that it could just be like any other day, while you're also hearing this, like, it's extreme pain from the people who are experiencing some of the worst, like, things that they've experienced in their lives was just like tragic. And yeah, it was awful. Yeah, there were these large, really large holding cells when we first got there. I saw a large holding cell that probably had like 40 or 50 people in it, most of them Hispanic. But I saw Hispanic people there, many Hispanic people, many Somalian, East African people. And then there were US citizens as well who
Here you go,
had
KB.
been arrested, brought in. We, at the end of the day, were not given charges. And, that might be because, the ICE agents came and broke our windows and said that we were impeding their investigation, but we were behind them. There was no one in front of them. They could have kept going.
What was the situation you responded to? Do you know what it was?
The location?
Yeah, are you like an observer? How did you get?
Yeah, we're observers. We responded to an ICE sighting on the intersection of 42nd Avenue and 16th Street in South Minneapolis. The ICE agents had
like when people ask, like, well, what are they doing? And it's like they're following along behind these people. They're following along behind ICE, which is not impeding them in their job in any way. Unless, I guess, ICE decides to suddenly reverse on the road, but that seems like an illegal traffic violation, I guess. Like it's there's no reason. It's all manufactured pretext. It is all just bullshit. Nothing ICE says is true or can be trusted. It's why they are constantly hiding information, hiding evidence. It's disgusting. Also, KB, here's the other link for the previous interview.
kind of cornered. Another observer had apparently pepper sprayed their car as well. And then they turned to leave the scene, and we followed them from that point.
And then, Brandon, were you taken too?
Yeah, I was put in a separate vehicle, unmarked SUV. I was offered at one point during my detention, I was offered money or legal protection for any undocumented family members or the which I don't have, or in exchange for the names of undocumented persons or in exchange for the name of protest organizers.
Yeah, they're trying to like flip anyone that they detain, by the way, into being able to grab more people. It's sickening.
They offered you money for names?
They offered me money or legal protection for undocumented people I know in exchange for the names of undocumented people or for the names of protest organizers, yes.
Which, by the way, if ICE ever makes you that offer, you can't trust them. They're full of lies and bullshit. If you tell them that you want X, Y, and Z undocumented people protected, they're going to make a beeline to arrest those people immediately. Because they cannot be trusted. They are fucking liars and thieves.
Why were they asking you that?
I was imprisoned with two other Hispanic men in the U.S. citizens area of the facility. If I had to guess, I don't know why they asked me. I would guess it's because of me having a Mexican last name and being part Mexican. And I also saw people, despondent people, crying, hopeless, no energy. We were not given food unless we would bang on the doors and ask people passing.
No, Blueberry Bumblebee, what he's saying is they offered legal protection for any undocumented people he cares about if he can give up undocumented people he doesn't care about. You know, it's legal protection for those other people that he gives a damn about. But luckily, at least as far as we know, people in Minnesota aren't so stupid and sap-like to believe and fall for shit like this.
If we wanted a bathroom break, we'd press an intercom button, but they would take 20 or more minutes to respond until eventually they stopped responding and the button didn't do anything. So the only way to get bathroom breaks was to bang on the window of the cell and just beg people walking by. And throughout every encounter I had with a government agent, I tried to de-escalate. I sensed that their stress was high. I told them, I'm not mad at you. I care about you. You're a human being, and we're all human beings here. And what was really upsetting for me was that I knew I was getting out. I knew that I'm a U.S. citizen and I have legal rights, legal protections. And it was really sad to see the faces of the people that weren't getting out, knew they weren't getting out, and had no hope. Weren't going to see their families, weren't going to go to their jobs, weren't going to walk through their city ever again.
I had a conversation with someone there. It was a border control agent, a younger man, and he wanted to know why I was there, why were we there, and so I shared, like, this is why we care. We're concerned about our neighbors. We are scared for our community. That's why we're showing up. And we had a long conversation. We didn't agree on everything. But at the end of the conversation, he said, man, I just thought all you guys were crazy. I think that they really think that protesters are crazy. They think that, and they don't realize, I think, that we are doing this actually from like a deep place of like love and care for our community and empathy.
Well, you have to understand, like, the people that ICE is recruiting actively come from sheltered rural communities, right? By and large. They come from places where if they exist within the conservative ecosystem, they are inundated with messaging that people in Democrat cities are like only a half step removed from like zombie runners from 28 Days Later. Like they think effectively that the people who are showing up to protest at them angrily are like brainwashed and like insane social justice warriors and like people who are turning up because they've been captured by the cult of liberalism. And like they think it's genuinely that in order to give a damn about your neighbors, you have to be effectively too stupid for words. They don't understand the concept that we care about our neighbors here. They don't understand it. They don't understand radical love. The love that people here in Minnesota are demonstrating on a day-to-day basis. Right? Okay, B, I already linked the other one. Here it is again. That should be it. Let me know if it's not.
And yeah, it was a wild experience.
Did they arrest you and read you your rights?
Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, no, Jeff Bezos, or not Jeff Bezos, George Soros paid, 100,000 people to march in negative 40-degree wind chill. That makes sense. Yeah. People did that for $100 to go out there, each one.
I was read my rights while being interviewed by special agents from Homeland Security, and I was given a phone call. Patty was not.
I was I was read my rights when we were at the Whipple building, but I was, yeah, not given a phone call, even though I asked for it multiple times.
The only reason that our families knew we were abducted is because our phones fell on the ground, and passerbys picked them up and texted our loved one that we were gone.
How long were you taken?
We were there for 7.5 hours, probably 8.
We were arrested at around 9:45. We were released at what time?
Oh.
7 p.m.
So yeah, between 8 and 9 hours.
You were arrested in the morning and then got out at night.
I had eaten a granola bar in that time.
Mhm.
That's it. That's all I had.
And their reasoning for taking you to Whipple was what?
I think that's where they're taking everyone who is being like taken or abducted by ICE.
Oh, here's the one I'm playing now,
When we got
KB.
to the Whipple building, it was a huge garage essentially that we were driven into, and there were tables lining the walls where people were getting booked in. There was a line of Hispanic men and a Somali woman that were lined up against the wall. It was very,
It's real.
yeah, it was very like surreal and draconian, and
We saw buses being prepared, and I later learned from my cellmate that those buses were being loaded with people being brought to the airport.
yeah. So we got booked in that large room where everyone was booked, and then we were taken into the building where we went into a room where we were put into foot cuffs. And then that's where I saw the first like large holding cell that had probably 40 to 50 mostly Hispanic people in that room.
And their claim for taking you, and I'm saying their claim, was you were getting in their way, obstruction?
Correct. That's their claim, but we left without any charges. And it sounds like, according to the National Lawyers Guild, that we're not the only ones, that many people who are getting taken by ICE out in the streets, observers are getting released without charges, which would, insinuate maybe that what we're doing isn't actually illegal.
Yes, that is in fact exactly what it would insinuate. It turns out that ICE is just trying to intimidate and cause fear and throw their chests around. And I need to really stress this. For no reason. They do not need to exist. ICE has not improved any of your lives or mine. DHS has not improved any of your lives or mine. These organizations do not need to exist. We can offer a pathway to citizenship. We can do all of the things that ICE does, minus the cruelty, minus the human misery, with just forms that people can fill out in order to apply for citizenship. All of this is completely fucking unnecessary.
Do you know what was happening at 42nd and 16th, the original call?
We had just heard that ICE was on the scene and that chemical agents were being used
A
on
lot of it goes back to the
observers.
Patriot Act.
On observers. And I live not far from there.
I'm a teacher. We've been doing active lockdown drills to be ready. They have concentrated in a few areas, but we know it's bound to get worse. He'll take the Minnesota show on the road. Yep. I wish I could say that's not the case. But yeah, here in Minnesota, we've had to lock down schools. Like the drills that kids have been doing for school shooters, they've had to do that because ICE is in the parking lot. And that they're not gonna stop here in Minnesota, folks. They're gonna be doing the rounds.
That's residential, right? Or was there like a...
Yeah.
Yeah, and to
So
our
good
knowledge,
on-
there's no active ICE raid.
Good on you, KB, for getting ready. It's really important to be ready. The readiness can save a lot of people.
They were just driving down the street.
So now that you're 12 hours removed from this and then some, what are you thinking and feeling?
I left feeling, they tried to make me feel powerless, and I left feeling very powerful. They tried to make me feel hopeless, and I left feeling very hopeful. I don't think that this can last.
I left feeling pretty heartbroken. I think, yeah, just hearing what that officer had specifically said about Renee Good just, made me feel like the ICE agents that are out in the streets don't care that the community is grieving and that someone was murdered. And that makes me feel, yeah.
Why did he go there? And in that, as much as you can recall the conversation, like, why did he say that?
He was extremely angry and activated, and he was wanting to say things that made me feel angry and demoralized. That was the goal.
Did you take his name or badge number? Were you able to?
The goal is just to hurt. It's just to hurt people.
I wasn't able to get his name or badge number. There is video, but
also, like, they're all covering up their badge numbers. They're all hiding their identities. That's why they're wearing the face masks.
He has his mask up.
Yeah, they're very hesitant. I was trying to make small talk with them and just try to get to know them on a human level. I was recommending where to get good winter jackets and boots because they didn't seem equipped for the weather. They were very hesitant to tell me what their names were, to tell.
Dude, you are being way too nice to them. Like, I understand the goal here is to try and, like, humanize who they're brutalizing, but, like, you gotta stop.
Tell me where they're from or any personal details.
Yeah.
Do you know if they were Border Patrol or ICE?
ICE.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I also we were there for 9 hours yesterday. It was, you're just sitting there in a cell, right? And you're just like, I want to go home. All I wanted to be was home. And then, like, it just kept, I just kept realizing every single time I thought that, I was like, I get to go home. I get to go home. I'm lucky. Nobody else here, like the other people here, they don't get to go home.
Have people calling lawyers on their behalf or people sending help to find them.
Yeah. So what we are doing, what our community is doing, and how we're coming together, like, it matters. It's for good reason. We're making a difference. And, like, it needs to continue. Like, what's happening is just, it's harmful, it's cruel, it's inhumane. And we were able to see that up close yesterday.
The administration continues to say, when it speaks publicly on national news outlets or gives its press conferences, that folks like yourself and other observers are un-American, are violent, are getting in the way of important work. But that doesn't sound like what you're describing to me.
No, my motivation for doing this is because I love my community. I love my community. I want to protect my community. We are experiencing, like, systemic and just blatant violence. People are being harmed, and I am standing up for my community. That's why I'm doing this, from a place of love and care. And
like, they don't get it. They do not understand. All these people, by the way, I'm willing to bet a lot that these folks have huge Christian identities. They consider themselves true believers who are doing the Lord's work by joining ICE. And they cannot understand the idea of radically loving one's neighbor. They are aliens to the very God they profess to believe in. It's truly disgusting work that they're doing.
I don't know, that I think probably is American. Like, that seems pretty American. I don't know.
How about you, Brandon? It sounded like, similar, like that, when like, my family doesn't live here, and they are all hearing about a Minneapolis that I don't recognize. And I live in South Minneapolis. The way they describe my own home to me, I'm like, that's not what we are.
Yeah, and speaking with some of the out-of-town agents, that's what I wanted to stress to them, is that I don't hate them. I hate what's happening to my community. I hate that families are being separated and hurt, and that individuals are getting hurt. and that what we want is for the public to feel safe and for safety in our streets.
And we want them to see us as human.
Yeah.
We are human. Like, we are not crazy. And that's, yeah, that's all we want. And I think if they could see us as human, if they could see that we were doing this from a place of like love and care and defending our community, I think that they would feel a lot less comfortable about the operation that they're carrying out here.
Yep. But unfortunately, they are deliberately siloed off. None of these folks are capable of feeling what you are asking them to feel. They have deliberately cut themselves off from being able to feel that way in an effort to enable them to do exactly this. This is, by the way, one of the end goals of all of the dehumanization that you guys have seen on Fox News, all of the dehumanization you've seen on Newsmax, all of the dehumanization of us you have seen from the Trump administration both times. All of the egging on toward violence has been directly toward this end. And we are now seeing it come to fruition. They have built a movement that is geared toward our extermination. And we have to organize now to keep our communities safe, to keep our families safe, to keep ourselves safe. You have to start going to your local Dem meetings. You have to start going to your local DSA meetings. You have to start going to some kind of local organizing group that is going to be doing stuff on the ground. We have to be organizing for this to keep us safe, to start showing up, to make sure our cities don't have sheriff's departments that are collaborating with ICE, to get city ordinances passed to deny public property to ICE agents. We have to start doing that work. It is vital. It is vital work that we have in front of us. We got to make this happen, folks. So, folks, join your DSA. Join your local Dems. Start showing up at those town halls and, city meetings. Start showing up. If you need help getting started, we have Dragonfly in our Discord ready and willing and able to help you get involved and make your Dems more radical. We have Gamergy standing by in our Discord to help you make your DSA more effective. So we can put the pressure on. We can be the people in the room that deny ICE the ability to freely operate in our communities. It is necessary for us to start now if we haven't already. Okay? It is necessary for us to mobilize to beat these bastards. And not just to beat them when we're talking about ICE, not just to beat them when we're talking about Kristi Noem, not just to beat them when we're talking about Stephen Miller or DHS. We need to beat them totally and completely. We need to salt the earth over their ideology. All right? It needs to be that we marshal a force of working class people acting in solidarity with one another, and we need to bring down their entire petty dreams of glory, their dreams of wealth. We need to put an end to all of that. These people are literally out there for their donors, trying to create entire city-states that bend to their whim, that allow them to do whatever they want, like the petty tyrants they aspire to be. And it is disgusting, and it must stop. We must break apart their corporations. We must shatter their ability to consolidate wealth to a criminal degree. We must have a change in how things are happening in this country, and we must set ourselves down a better path towards a more egalitarian future where everyone is free. Not just one class of people for whom all wealth in the world is reserved, but everyone is free. So, folks, get ready, get organized. Let's get to work. If you got anything out of this, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Comments longer than 8 words apparently do better in the algorithm. share the video around. And also, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's non-tucking lingerie. It's really, really great, really attractive. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. Whew! We did it.
We should demand tear gas be officially banned while we're at it, Timo.
Yes.
Though I know it's only part of the larger issue.
You are 100% correct, though. You are 100% correct. Spot Dogs, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you. I think I have to save this stuff for
Anyone
tomorrow.
remember that CBP secret social media page that ProPublica reported on in 2019 that included sexualized images of AOC?
I do remember
They
that,
never
thank you.
actually punished. They're still there.
I hate that. Thank you for letting me know. Ugh. Also, Spot Dogs, thank you for the $5 super chat. PC Schwartz, thank you for the $5 dono. Folks, you guys make this show possible. I could not sit here and do, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hour long shows unless you guys turned out to support me like you do every single day. And I really, really appreciate it because I like being able to do this job. I like to think that I do it well. So thank you for supporting the show. If anyone else would like to support, it does really mean a big difference in my life when you guys drop those subs and donos. And we have, unfortunately, a lot more ICE stuff to cover. But I think we will cover it tomorrow.
Today.
Oh, God. There we go. Hey, fuck ICE. Indeed. Fuck ICE. You do this job extremely well. Thank you. Wyatt McDonald, thank you for subscribing or being a member. I really appreciate it. Fuck Trump. Indeed. A 1,000,000-hour show, 1,000,000,000,000 hours. Also, folks, I've been rolling over the idea that I would do a Banjo-Kazooie stream on Sunday to raise money for... I was leaning towards the National Immigration Law Center. I would like to fundraise for like a lot more of the mutual aid that's happening locally, but since this is a big national problem that is requiring national size resources, I thought maybe the National Immigration Law Center would do well. I know right now they're putting pressure on Congress in order to abolish ICE, get Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller out of there. So I think I will do that. We'll do a playthrough of Banjo-Kazooie, have a delightful time, and raise money for that. I think that would be good.
I don't think their plans will work out if they have bunkers. The security would turn on them cause they're insufferable entitled babies.
It's true. It's true. Bliss Band, thank you for the $5 super chat. Shootbang asks, "You gonna try and get guests / co-hosts?" I don't think so. I think it's just something that I am gonna throw together myself and do what I can, you know? It's on short notice, and also, like, I'm not good I'm not good at organizing stuff like that. Not my forte. If other people want to stop by, they're more than welcome. I'm not going to say no. But I'm not going to go out of my way on that one. Where are you located? Minneapolis. General strike in Minnesota again this Friday? I hadn't heard about that. I have not heard of the January 30th strike. There is a website. University of Minnesota Unions and Labor Groups. Okay, we'll see how this shapes up. Interesting to know. Is the AFL-CIO on board? If so, that'd be really interesting. News. Events. Doesn't look like the AFL-CIO is activated on this one yet. Protest organizers are trying to make it happen. That's going to be excellent. I'll keep an eye peeled to see if it gets more steam. Because what's important is that if you're making a call for a general strike, that you're able to deliver on that. And I haven't seen a level of coordination quite yet that indicates that, like, that is going to trigger, you know, wide scale adoption amongst other unions of a call for a January 30th general strike. But I guarantee you people are angry enough here that that might come together in relatively short order over the next couple days. Did you even hear that even Asmongold couldn't defend ICE? I did hear about that, but I don't really care because Asmongold is full of shit. Like, that's Asmongold is full of shit, and as soon as he is fed some kind of bullshit narrative to really, like, latch onto that justifies ICE, he'll happily take to it like a pig to slop. Okay? Yeah, like, dude literally called for executions of people in Minnesota and Minneapolis who oppose ICE. So, like, I again, I don't really take anything he has to say about, like, being against ICE seriously at all. Like, dude was literally riding, like, a week and a half ago for killing people like me. So I'm not I'm not gonna be like, oh, good job. Dude has never been consistent. The only thing he's been consistently is terrible. still interesting that there is a line they have. I mean, the line is everyone has seen the video and it's just fucking indefensible. You know, like there's no way they can spin it to make themselves look good, and so they're just kind of like, oh yeah, no, this one was bad, but all the rest of them are good though. All the rest of the brutality is excellent. Lowest bar to clear. Yeah. Okay, folks. I am going to wrap up here. We're going to, my challenge to myself is to minimally prep for tomorrow, because I would like also for tomorrow to be a bit of a chill stream. I want to finish this remaining section on what ICE has been up to, and maybe like a look through at an article or two. But that being said, I want to keep tomorrow's stream news to be a relatively shorter segment, and I want to then go into maybe playing a video game just to like chill. There's a really fun one that came out today that I think a lot of you will enjoy, called Earth Must Die. It's very cool looking. And I would love to play that on stream. So it would be nice if news stopped happening. I would appreciate a slowdown. It's rough. And also, as a heads up, on Thursday I will be on Jimmy Snow's show on The Line. We'll be talking, taking calls about politics, and you'll get to maybe hear me get a little spicy with some chatters, some callers. Did you clear your obscure? I cleared my obscure. We enjoy being with you, Jack, even when it's horrible, but sure prefer good times. I miss covering Biden, man. Thanks for streaming, calling out the situations. Hell yeah, doing my best. I've been rallied from my sleep to request the rest of Holy Mac. We will do the rest of Holy Mac on maybe Friday. I would like to have like an early stream on Friday where we do our fun stuff. But again, that is dependent on ICE not murdering someone or shooting someone, which is really unfortunately in short supply these days. So we'll do our best. Yes, a Good Friday, if you will. And folks, last call for subs, donos, memberships, super chats. And your birthday was Monday? Happy birthday to you. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday, John Nater. Happy birthday to you, and many more. There you go. There's more Holy Mac. Yeah, we only got like a little bit over halfway through it. Love this place. Hell yeah. Look, we gotta keep having fun where we can. We gotta keep enjoying life where we can, because it can't all just be misery. Wait, it's me, Bingo? It's your birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, it's me, Bingo. Happy birthday to you, and many more. Are they here? Doesn't matter. I hope they are, but if not, you can direct them towards this portion where I said happy birthday to them. Sub before bed. Good night, Nina Turner's pet dragon, and thank you for subscribing. I have never once even conceived of singing happy birthday to viewers. That's surprisingly sweet. I think it's just nice, you know? It's just nice. And Maliki, thank you for thinking that my birthday singing is nice, because after talking for like 5 hours straight, I feel like my voice sounds raggedy as fuck, so thank you for the compliments. Yes, and Iconic Kyo. Yes, general strikes take a lot of work and preparation, which is why a one-day general strike is generally pretty doable when kind of thrown together. But a longer-term general strike would take a much larger amassing of resources. And I'm gonna guess that a week away from the last one, we're still gonna have we're gonna have a lot of people who need to go back to work to make sure that they have a paycheck that can put food on the table and pay rent. And so, like, it's gonna be a harder ask each time we do a 1-day general strike, but it is possible for there to be another one so soon, just to really hammer home, especially the end of the month when funding runs out, specifically to kind of keep Dems accountable. It would be good timing. The argument is there, and I think reasonable people can see it. Whew. All right, folks. I am going to be done. My headache has reached a point where it is undeniable, and I'm going to go lay down and shut off these bright lights and see if I can make it go away. All that being said, folks, thanks for being a lovely audience tonight. Thank you for turning out. Thank you, all of you who are getting more and more involved. Thank you to those of you who supported the show with your eyeballs, with your hard-earned dollars, because that is what allows me to live, and I really, really appreciate it. It is really wonderful that you guys allow me to do what I do. So, all that being said, get good sleep, folks. I will see you tomorrow. And let's get organized, folks. See ya.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We'll walk hand in hand.
We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid today. Deep in my heart, I still believe we shall overcome someday. The whole wide world around, the whole wide world around, the whole wide world around today. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Good night, everybody.